I'm not sure we've
And
got a
today
show
we
that'll
are
work
discussing,
very well because
is it rational
most
to
people are
believe
shouting,
that
to be
level
honest.
is
Some of it my
horizontal
shouting, I admit.
and believe that the Earth is a globe?
I think you did all of the shouting today.
So, good morning, welcome. Today
yeah.
we have discussing
Good day,
this
everybody.
topic.
Welcome
We
to
have
our
Bevy.
Saturday morning discussion.
He is a he has a PhD and a qualification in theology. He used to be a teacher. He is a published writer and is on his third book, which tackles rationality and so forth.
Okay, the Earth is the Earth. I agree with that because we have a definition of level horizontal side. I agree with that. So is it rational to believe both? Yes. Level done. Oh wow! So it's entirely rational. The fact that we irrational. You interrupted me. Under that. We have. You interrupted me there. I was speaking. The Earth is a globe, which you said is global. The Earth is global. The Earth is the Earth, which is also under that meaning. Under that definition. So we're all agreed. I can go. Yeah. There's something intermediate between the Earth as a globe and that's the question of whether definitions in a dictionary someone scientific definitions often disagree with commonly used lines and indeed the dictionary. So level is horizontal by definition, and you would be insane. In fact, simplify. Is it rational to believe that the Earth is okay? The Earth is the Earth. And I agree with that. It's horizontal outside. I agree with that. So is it rational to believe that our house we really done? Oh wow! They in no way match the definition. There are no level surface plates. Mike, I'm happy to go with that definition. Shaped like a ball, how do?
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
There's also a connection between the common belief that the Earth is a globe, i.e. the Earth is a sphere, and the belief about verticals, because if you look, anyone who looks at a globe, i.e. something that represents the spherical shape of the Earth, must surely be recognizing that a vertical in one place cannot be parallel to a vertical in another place. So, excuse me. The question is it rational to believe the first two propositions we talked about, level is horizontal and the Earth is spherical, and also believe that all verticals are parallel? All perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel to one another, from which it logically and geometrically follows that the plane all verticals are parallel.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
I said it was irrational to believe both. That is all. It is irrational to believe that the Earth is a globe, i.e. spherical in shape or approximately spherical. I've said this about the fifth time. And to believe that level is horizontal.
I would agree with that, yes. It is irrational.
So if you believe that level is horizontal and you're a rational being, you'll disbelieve that the Earth is spherical in shape, correct?
What if you could prove that level is horizontal?
If you can prove that level is horizontal,
yes,
then you can prove that the Earth is not a globe, or is not spherical in shape.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all I wanted to get to. And if you can prove that the Earth, contrary-wise, you can prove that the Earth is a globe, you can prove that the level is not horizontal.
You don't understand.
From which it logically and geometrically follows
You don't understand.
all verticals are parallel.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
That the Earth is spherical in shape. I.e. it cannot both be true that level is horizontal and that the Earth is spherical in shape. That was all I wanted to establish, that those two propositions are not consistent with each other. They cannot both be true.
No worries.
They cannot both be true.
You're just on your own. No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
They cannot both be true.
You're just on your own.
It can't be done. No one can model it. I will pay money if someone actually successfully models this in CAD with a ball and the two logos above it that matches the elevation profiles that have been given by Lago.
But for those people that have level being horizontal and they live on the globe, like in reality, those people like me, that have a reality globe and level is horizontal, are you saying that I'm irrational? Because I don't consider myself as being irrational.
No, did I say you were irrational? I just said that it was irrational to believe both of those propositions could be both true at the same time.
Yeah, that's why I don't sphericalize my reality. I don't see a need to.
Yeah, I don't. There's probably no point continuing because we are totally agreed on this. And with Mike, I hope that those two propositions, that level is horizontal and that the Earth is a globe, i.e. spherical in shape, those propositions can't both be true. One of them has to be true. If one is true, the other is false. And if the other is true, the one is false. That's all. That's all I wanted to talk about.
That's great, isn't it?
Yeah, we are agreed. Equipotential means vertical everywhere.
Yes.
And you then have the question of whether all such verticals are parallel to one another or not. That's the question. And then you have to reconcile that to the proposition the Earth is a globe.
Are all perpendiculars to a horizontal line? Are they parallel?
All perpendiculars to a horizontal line, i.e. a horizontal plane surface, yes, are parallel. The question is
are all of the right angles to an equipotential surface, are they all parallel?
Well, that's the question. That is precisely the question.
You don't understand.
Whether equipotential surface means.
You don't understand.
Whether equipotential surface means horizontal.
It's not my problem.
Why, you got
if
it.
you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Whether equipotential surface means horizontal surface. Why, you've got it. Let's tidy that up. Equipotential surface is one where every perpendicular to that surface at that point is a vertical, right? That does not necessarily imply that all verticals are parallel, does it? But, let me finish here. If you believe that the Earth is a globe, you have a conception of vertical at any point on that globe, that sphere, then you cannot believe that all verticals are parallel. Anyone who believes that the Earth is a globe, a sphere, must believe that no verticals are parallel at all. No verticals are parallel at all.
You don't understand.
No verticals are parallel at all.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Dogmatically. Yeah, I don't understand that, but let's not go there.
Well, because everything that you know about it is dogmatic, right? That's why we call it the dogmatic globe. You don't actually have any proof. And the dogmatic globe is the one that's telling you that it's not rational to believe that level is horizontal. Depends on which side of the thing you are. Is it rational to believe that level's horizontal? Yep.
Is it rational to believe that all verticals are parallel?
Yeah. I bet if you went out there and asked 99% of the people, they'd say, yeah, of course not.
All verticals are parallel.
Yeah. Why
Then
do you
how
think
can
it's
they
not
call-
rational to believe that all verticals are parallel?
Don't understand.
But then how can they hold that thought in their minds with the thought that the parallel, they're looking at a model of the globe.
It's not my problem if you don't want
I don't think that they do. They don't relate it to reality, do they?
No, don't interrupt. Let me finish. They are looking at globe model.
no reason, no logic, no wisdom, no
Let me finish. They are looking at globe model.
You're just on your own. No reason, no logic, no answers to questions. You're just on your own.
They are looking at globe model.
That vertical lines in a vertical plane are perpendicular to a horizontal plane and thus parallel to each other.
Correct.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It's Tuesday. And we think we're going to go over a bit of a model afflicted thing from yesterday, because obviously we missed the show yesterday because we were all avidly watching Blue Marble Scientists. We thought that they were going to do a review of the conversation that they had, but it seems like Beddy was a little bit shy. But I mean, they've been over it now. They don't need to go over anything that Beddy said. Nobody needs to review any of this sort of stuff because they all went over it yesterday and they've satisfied themselves over there at the Blue Marble Science HQ. That, I mean, nobody needs to deal with any of this sort of stuff. This is just about rationality and, you know, that old boring level being horizontal stuff. I don't want to deal with any of that. It's only for the true sophists, the Blue Marble sophists. And there's not many of them left now. They like to have conversations with flat earthers. Don't want to talk to any of us about reality. So we are going to be going over the discussion. But a little bit more than that now, because I mean it was billed as a discussion, but we're going to go over a little bit of the inside knowledge that the Blue Marble Scientists were given last night. Go over that bit first. Right, so for anybody unaware, at the weekend there was a discussion build with Mike Jones and Beddy, the proofless logician. About is it rational to believe that level is horizontal and to also believe that the earth is a globe. Now, we can go over all of that discussions, obviously, because those discussions are going to be going over. But that's the way it was billed, and it was meant to be a discussion. Well, Mike was going out walking his dog, and Beddy was billed to have this thing. Now, Beddy didn't present any slides. He was asked beforehand if he wanted to present any definitions or anything, you know, to go with this. And he said it was fine. He gave us a list of stuff that, you know, how he wanted to be introduced, which he didn't go over with on Blue Marble last night. He seemed like shy about it. We'll be going over it tonight. He obviously did that sort of stuff, and we asked him if he wanted to submit any definitions, and he didn't. So we asked him if it was okay for us to go through, or Mike was saying, is it okay to go through the Oxford Dictionary? Because we didn't want a repeat of what happened at Blue Marble, where there was just endless cycling of definitions. That's sort of boring, and that was meant to be taken out of the hands of them, given to Emma for the definitions of these words that they were going to then discuss about. Beddy seemed to have a bit of a different idea, different motives. So we'll go over that as well. Again, I've got a little clip from Blue Marble Scientists to go over that bit first. and then we'll go over the actual debate, and we can go over it and talk about all of the parts within it. I think it's a fascinating topic to start off with, but I'm not too sure where you will get this sort of a conversation. I don't think within the arena that we've ended up in, I don't think there's anybody capable of having this particular type of discussion other than us here at this On the Level Discord server. So if you want to come on in, you know the type of conversations that are going to happen. Discord's where it's all at. But I'm going to try and make these shows into more like we do in the Discord. But obviously there is some stuff that we do have to leave in the Discord, and that's the good stuff. We can't give everybody here on the YouTubes all of that stuff. So come on into the Discord, you'll get some other stuff. But for tonight, we're going to be going over this. So anybody else got anything they'd like to say about anything that occurred like last night? Make it public about it now, because we were all listening to it. It was quite a full room, really, and there was a lot of people in the On the Level Discord community server. Normally about I don't know, about as many viewers as we had in the Discord last night going over this watch party. So let me get this. Anybody got anything they'd like to say about that sort of stuff that went on last night? And we can go over it now, because I'm going to actually talk over. Okay, now this is on my streaming footage. So this is on my video editor. Quick. Okay. Right, everyone ready? Are we ready to hear about Beddy? I'll keep stopping it. If anybody wants us to pause it or whatever, do the same. You're all in the Discord. You're all in there. No, there's only 2 people in listening to it. You're gonna have to get in there unless you're in the YouTube watching. Right, here we go. This is Beddy.
A debate between myself, Baby, and Mike Jones of the On the Level server, and I'm going to show some of that in a minute. But just as a bit of a background, what was the objective for me of that debate? First, a really important one. Changes the subject. What a surprise. Obviously, they will say, oh, we don't believe the Earth is flat. And I say, okay, fine, but is the Earth a globe then? Never much success. But I got Bev, and possibly Mike, it wasn't entirely clear, but definitely Bev, to agree at 1 hour 8 minutes into the presentation, who said, yeah, I would agree with that. So Bev agreed.
Right, so Beddy's already got an objective when he came in here to get Mike and Bev to admit something. Well, it was a discussion build, just so everybody knows. It's a discussion build between Mike and Beddy about, is it rational? And Emma was modding it. Didn't have anything to do with me, other than they were doing it here, and this isn't my Discord server. So I don't know what Beddy's objectives were. He literally wrote a slide out with his objectives, and it was a discussion about, is it rational to believe level is horizontal?
It seems like that's not what the objective was, because right here it says the objective was to get you and Mike to admit that you're globe deniers. Did Beddy set that up with you guys? Did he say that was his objective, and you just changed the title to a discussion about rationality, or no?
No. No, this is
Beddy
definitely
lied.
ulterior motives from Beddy, yeah.
Seems that way to me.
Yeah, and he's blatantly
about
just
it,
going
Beddy?
over to the blue marble scientist going, look, I pretended, but this was what his objective was. And to show that they cannot prove anything from the assumption that level and horizontal are synonyms. Who's ever mentioned that? It's crazy. But anyway, so this is what Beddy's pushing to the blue marble scientists last night on Blue Marble Science. To quite a lot of people. There was a lot of people watching this.
Who said, yeah, I would agree with that. So Bev agreed.
Bev agreed. You might have just heard it. I agreed that it was irrational. Yes.
Agreed. It would not be rational to believe that level is horizontal and that the Earth is a globe, from which it logically follows that if the Earth is a globe, then level is not horizontal. Conversely, if level is horizontal, then the Earth is not a globe. And Bev at least temporarily agreed to that.
Sounds gone funny for us in Discord.
Oh, was it? Let me do that
Yeah.
again. Sort it out for you. Sorry about that. Stop streaming. There you go. Let me know if it's better.
Not a globe. And Bev
yes, fine now. Thank you.
Temporarily agreed to that. And I've got a recording of him saying that.
He's got a recording of me saying it. It's fantastic. So have I. I'll say it again if anybody's brave enough to come round and ask us.
The second purpose, and this relates to a trap they tried to spring upon me.
A trap? So let us know if you see the trap within the thing for later on, right? Don't forget Beddy's telling the blue marble scientists about this trap. See if you can spot it.
Which we'll see in a minute. The actual my objective was to show that they cannot prove anything from the assumption that level and horizontal are synonyms, i.e. mean exactly the same. My point is that level is horizontal is not true or false in virtue of its meaning. Its truth or falsity has to be established by observation, and that's a key assumption in science. It's a very important one in the history of science, that for a long time, really from the times of Aristotle to the Middle Ages, people believed you could sort of get to reality by not even looking at the world at all, but by sort of looking at logic and looking at propositions which are true in virtue of their meaning, and so forth and so forth. The big revolution we saw in science was that people said, well, actually, you can't know what the world is like entirely by logic alone. You actually have to sort of look at things and measure things and find out what acceleration due to gravity is. So that's a key thing I'm going to talk about.
I know Beddy's a very intellectual type of guy, right? He's got it well spoken and all so forth and so forth. But the whole idea of logic is by demonstration. QED, you may have heard of that. That's demonstration. Like, you don't demonstrate without observing a demonstration.
Yeah, the D in QED is demonstratum, right?
Yeah.
Right? Paper may be better at the Latin than me.
Yeah, but I mean, whatever Beddy just said there, like, I'm beginning to doubt he's actually a logician. I think he might be.
This QED, this abbreviation, this quod erat demonstrandum, and demonstrandum is gerund, gerundivum, or gerundium. So best way to translate it is what was to be demonstrated, or what was to be shown. This is what this abbreviation means.
Pretty clear.
What was to be shown. And it is, yes, Bev, you are right about demonstration when we are talking about physical world, even in geometry. But within argument, you can demonstrate logic with logic alone.
Yeah.
So you can demonstrate things within speculation only. Also,
but they're based upon something to do with reality, right? You can't just make up logic that's got nothing to do with reality, which I think Beddy seemed to be implying.
Yes, only in metaphysics you can do that, because metaphysics is speculation, because you cannot prove, for example, that axiom like that the greater is greater than smaller, or the part is not a whole. So, so there are some things that cannot be demonstrated as a proof, but it is only application. But if we are talking even in geometry, this demonstration is applicable, because you can draw a line, you can draw a triangle, circle, etc. And in that drawing, you can also show or demonstrate what you are proving. That's why in geometry, geometers use drawings, and they are demonstrating their process of thinking, and you can demonstrate visually also. And in physics, obviously, the demonstration is experiment. So, or sometimes measurement. So yes, in physical reality, in our world, yes, we need a backup as demonstration to our perception. Without it, it is only speculation. So even if you prove something in speculative way, when it concerns a physical world, you need also physical demonstration. Without it, it is only speculation. So not sufficient proof for physical world.
Yeah, and don't forget, he is talking about level and horizontal being
Yes,
synonyms.
yes.
I mean, that's
absolutely.
Is it demonstratable? Right? Can you demonstrate that level and horizontal might be the same thing? I mean, yes, of course you can. Whereas Beddy's trying to say, I don't know, that we don't, or that, like he thinks that we're just talking about definitions. Well, I've got some news for you. Dig a little bit deeper, and yeah, there's everything's demonstrable, whatever you want to call it.
When the demonstration conflicts with one's religious beliefs, that's what sounds like the problem is to Beddy. So I would say Beddy is less of a logician and more of a priest myself. That's how I would look at it. That's me.
Should we go on? Because that's two different things that his objectives of what we're going to go over, right? So we can all judge and see how well he does on these particular objectives, right?
I think we can go on, but let me just summarize, because I think it's important for anyone who listens to this, right? So number one, Beddy lied. Beddy is a liar. That's proven now, because he didn't tell you or Mike that this was his objective. His real objective was to get you and Mike somehow to admit that you're globe deniers. So rather than stating that as the objection, or as the objective, he came in and said, no, the objective here is to discuss rationality of some sort. Is it rational too? Right. And as you pointed out, and I'm sure that we'll get to, right, the idea that level is horizontal would be held by 90 plus, not call it 95, 98, 99% of population. Anyone would say they're the same thing. They're synonymous. Dictionaries say that they're synonymous, that they're the same thing. But somehow, and that whether or not that's rational, right? And I think that was capitulated by Beddy, or maybe not. He got very upset at one point and yelled at you. I think when you did bring up kind of the normies, right?
Yeah.
So that's one. Beddy lied, proven liar. Okay, he seems to be telling the Blue Marble ops folks something that either he doesn't understand about logic and the demonstratability of this particular thing that was discussed as being rational or not rational, when clearly it can be demonstrated. Now, they may not like it, it may conflict with their religion, but hey, usually we don't worry about conflicting with people's religions, but apparently depends on the religion. So I'd like to get those out as summary points to understand that and take that in the greater context, especially the fact that Beddy lied.
Yeah.
Clearly lied to the people that he was having a discussion with.
We'll go over this bit here as well, because I think it is worth going over. He puts on it, level is horizontal, right? Phrase is not true or false in virtue of its meaning. And its truth or falsity has to be established by observation. Right? Well, we do happen to have a test called Realizing Euclid. And we have a level is horizontal test too. That are done by actual observation. They are tests, actual tests that we've performed in reality, and that anybody else can also do in reality, which Beddy is completely forgetting about, and this isn't brought up in this. It's never been brought up, actually, since we've done it. People seem to conveniently have forgotten that we've done this. Never want to talk about it ever again. Yet people like Beddy want to state that it's not true or false in virtue of its meaning. Well, we know that. That's why we proved it. Because just meaning it and saying it doesn't mean anything until you've actually been able to prove it to yourself. Which quite a few people have done. Sorry, go on.
By the way, water level is a tool for establishing horizontal plane. So water creates level. And this level is used as for establishing horizontal plane of reference. So this is the tool. So this is application of water level. Application of water level is to establish horizontal plane. So it is not only by observation, but it is proven that water level establishes horizontal plane of reference. So it is by doing with water level what you do, you are making repeatedly experiment. You are repeating experiment which shows that level is horizontal. So I don't know why he's assuming that this truth or falsity of this statement that level is horizontal is yet to be proven, but it is already proven. So I don't know why he is saying, he's stating that it has to be proven by observation. It is already proven. So I don't know why.
They don't have proof though, do they? Like the thing he was talking about was the history of science. He's talking about Bacon taking away the proof, putting into that inductive logic, right? That they don't have proof. So I'd say that's where they're at odds at the minute. Feel sorry for them. How are they meant to deal with having other people having a proof when they can't?
But if he is saying that it has to be established by observation, and observation in new modern science is not a proof of anything because we cannot trust our senses. So this point he's making is completely meaningless. Should be meaningless for him. He shouldn't make that point. But he did, and the response for his demand of observation is water level. Water level is fulfilling his conditions. So for me, this argument is or demand is dead at arrival because it is already proven. But okay.
Yeah. A water level is a tool that will demonstrate what horizontal is. That is the demonstration. But it's not good enough for these blue marble scientists or even proofless logicians like Beddy. So that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to make sure that people can't prove things just by saying it to his globe. It can't work. It doesn't happen like that, his globe. Okay, here we go. Carry on.
Third objective was to get Mike and Bev to understand logic. How do you think I did, guys? They laughed. No, it wasn't.
Knowing Bev the way I do and the history.
This guy. I think it's 82 Productions he's called. It's got like an eagle. I think this is the guy that's from the Navy, but I can't be sure. But he's, you listen to what he says. Knowing this guy like I do. Now, I don't really know who it is. I think it might be 82 Productions, but if it isn't, then I haven't got a fucking clue who he is. And I don't know how he knows me. But he's over there in the Blue Ops anyway.
I did, guys. They laughed. No, it wasn't.
Knowing Bev the way I do and the history that I have had with him, yeah, you'd have better luck getting a duck to do calculus.
Right. Or a pigeon to play chess, right?
Who was that who just said that?
I don't know. I think it was 82 Productions. He's got like a bald eagle, I think.
So what interactions have you had personally with him in the past?
It'll be on remember when they set up that server for Fight the Flat Earth to do some sort of a debate with us, and there was a setup?
Yeah.
I think he had that set up with that guy with Bacon guy. And no doubt on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
And I think he's one of Red's Rhetoric's guys as well, I think.
Yeah, is he the one? Is he one of the ones who was heavily involved in the scamming?
Yeah, and the initial Fight the Flat Earth stuff. Yeah, and within that, yeah, the Red's Rhetoric scamming days with Sean Huffroad.
Yes.
Yeah, heavily into all of that shit. Yeah.
Okay.
He's over there at Blues. I don't know how he turned up at Blues. I don't know whether he's there all the time or whether he just appeared to say this sort of shit. But nice one. Whoever that is. Something Adler. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's AT2. But, I mean, they change names all the time, don't they?
Okay, moving on. The first question was important, to admit you're a globe denier. There's what I call the classic flat earther, and this dates from the 19th century, Samuel Rowbottom. Flat earthers moved on a bit, so no flat earther will say they're a flat earther. They'll say there are hills and valleys, and they.
Right? Is this true? Is this true that no flat earthers say they're flat earthers, or is that just because we're not flat earthers? And
not at all.
Right, I'm pretty sure flat earthers are still flat earthers, right?
That's for sure.
Yeah. I don't know what he's doing there. It was like, does normal people think there's hills and valleys?
Yes, and I would say that Rowbottom was inventor of that name, or rather misnomer, because in ancient times, some people thought that the surface of the Earth may be spherical. It doesn't mean a globe, of course. Beddy applies that meaning to St. Thomas Aquinas wrongly or willingly wrong. But even if people didn't think that the shape of the Earth is spherical, surface of the Earth is spherical, and they didn't use word flat, never. So there were no flat earthers before Robotham. Even if they would fulfill conditions to be flat earther, they never used that term because it is idiotic. So Robotham was the first who used this expression, flat earth.
And also, I think he's the guy that set it up, handed it to people, gave them the numbers for the globe. He did it, all of that sort of stuff. He generated this whole thing. And on top of that, we've actually been there, put a camera at the same place as what Robotham was meant to have done. And like I've been saying along, I don't think Robotham actually did what he claimed he did in the first place. I don't think it's possible. If anybody else wants to go and check it, just to make sure, but we've been there, we've checked it, and we've tested it, and I don't think Robotham actually did what he claimed he did. So I don't know what Beddy's talking on about, but this is quite fantastic. Have you seen his drawing? Can you guys see that? Like, this is, it's got to be one of the best strawmen that anybody's ever done. And I was laughing about this because can you imagine anybody going over to Blue Marble Sciences with such a ridiculous drawing and getting away with posting it? I mean, look at it. It's on screen now for you. It says True World Map from Beddy. This is Beddy's drawing. Nobody else's. Nobody's give it him. Beddy's drawn this out of his own mind. And he's presenting it to Blue Marble. Look at it. It's like a nice hat. There's some sticks in it. And listen to what he says, right? This is Beddy coming up with the new flat earth, the ones that say that there's, you know, hills and valleys, and it's not flat.
Really keep pretty quiet on the question of what the shape of the earth is. They'll just say, oh, we don't know what it is, or there's a globe in your mind, or they talked about, God, what it was now, the dogmatic globe model. That's it. I mean, no fucking clue what that is. But let's just look. Let's just look at what is implied by level.
Even though I've told him, and you can hear in a bit me telling him what the dogmatic globe is. I mean, he claims to be a logician. Like,
I think that you cannot know what dogmatic globe is, because in order to know what it is, you need some logical inference.
No, you've got to be told.
Okay, but you can be told, but at least some definition. So it means that you cannot, you can know the name of something, but you still maybe don't understand it. But you just can comprehend the name. Empty statement as true, but still you cannot understand that. So if a good dogmatic model is built on contradictions and fallacies, then yes, I agree with Beddy that he cannot understand that, what it means, because it has no meaning. There is no logical inference behind that, so it cannot be understood.
Yeah, I told him the dogmatic globe is dogmatic because he hasn't got any proofs for it. You know, there's nothing there. There's nothing there to back it. That's why it's dogmatic. And obviously, he's making up, he's made himself up a true world map. And he's got Greenwich Meridian. Somehow. And then he's got official shape in inverted commas. Doesn't know what the dogmatic globe is either.
Being horizontal. I've got a little drawing I made there of the official shape of the globe, where I put the Greenwich Meridian and the other bit of the Greenwich Meridian at 100 degrees. So that's the kind of the official shape, pretty much so. It's actually an oblate spheroid, but I don't think at the scale of this picture it would make much difference. And then I unwound it to make it into a horizontal, such that level is horizontal, and you get something that looks like that. And no sane person would say the world looks like that, you know.
Yeah, I think you're quite right. Yeah, no sane person would do that, but he did. Beddy did. Beddy did it, and he's took it to Blue Marble Science. He's saying, look at this that I did. No sane person would do this, would they? Like, no, Beddy, you're quite right.
Can I just ask, has anybody in this server ever done that? I mean, I haven't been around here for years. Other people have been around here a lot longer than me. I've been here for, you know, almost 2 years, but I've never seen anyone here draw anything like that.
Unwrap it to a horizontal, like a sphere, or just a circle. Like, I don't know what he's done. It's just not
either,
possible. It's a undevelopable shape that he's just drawn as a line, like a hat.
If you're going to draw a representation of what you see outside your door, I'm with Beddy. Like, nobody in their right mind would draw that.
Yeah, you'd have to be insane to draw that, wouldn't you?
Right?
Crazy.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to get at. I don't think anyone here has ever drawn anything like that. Certainly not.
Yeah, it's right. It's so far, right, there's only one crazy person that I've ever seen that would draw anything like that.
You're right.
Yeah. And he's gone on to Blue Marble Science and, like, gone, look at this crazy shit.
Yes, I still don't know what this picture, this drawing is depicting.
That's the dogmatic globe. That's how you do it, right? Just crazy shit. That nobody knows why he's even doing it, and nobody's going to be able to say anything to him because they haven't got a clue what the fuck he's doing. It's mad. Whole arena filled with crazy people. So, I mean, I don't know whether he's trying to do it like one of the world's worst strawmans by drawing the true world map. True world map, he's called it.
So the map is true or the world is true?
Well, we don't know.
Yeah.
He's just unwrapped it.
Yeah, no sane person. And the main problem with this is that, well, there are many problems. But look at the South Pole. If you look at the circle diagram, the official shape, you can go right all the way along the Greenwich Meridian and end up at the South Pole if you're intrepid enough. And you can go all the way back, you know, via New Zealand and the Bering Straits and bits of Russia. Problem with that, the problem with the flat model is that you've got the South Pole on the left and the South Pole on the right. It's the same bloody place. How do you explain that? And that's the big unexplained problem of globe denial, or rather of leveling.
You look at that, it's a fucking problem. He's put the South Pole over here and over here. Like, how do you explain that? What crazy motherfucker would have done that? Like, how do the flat earthers explain that?
Yes, he's saying that this South Pole should be a point, but it is not. So it doesn't fit dogmatic model. So it cannot be that way. So his inferring is strange for me, but that's okay for globe model, dogmatic globe model. Okay, South Pole is not a point, therefore it cannot be a reality because it defies dogmatic globe model.
Yeah, because some crazy person's drawn some really insane drawing, right? Because of that, it can't possibly be, because that doesn't fit on the dogmatic globe. Because it's crazy. All Beddy's mind. Thank you very much, Beddy. But I don't know what the idea of this. He didn't bring any of this up. You'll see in the debate. He didn't let us know any about this. Didn't let us know anything about what he had going on in his head or his objectives.
Equals horizontal. That the top one, the flat line with a few little sort of bumps on it, a few hills and valleys. The flat line is just an impossible shape in terms of what we know about how meridian lines behave.
It's a flat line as well. Do you notice that?
Yeah,
it's like slightly obsessed with bumps and hills on it.
A flat line is, as a shape. He did say that, right? Yeah. Flat line is a shape. No, a line is not a shape.
With hills and bumps. It's like what?
Hills on the line? Thank you.
Yeah,
look, it's got a lump of here. It's got a lump here, and a lump here, and a lump here, and a lump here.
What's he labeled those things? I can't.
That says New Zealand.
New Zealand.
Maybe Equator. London. North Pole. North Korea. Possibly.
North Korea's a pretty large bump.
Yeah. Impressive though. World maps and all of that. Okay, so we didn't know any about this. It was just a conversation about rationality.
I would say this is highly irrational.
Yeah,
highly irrational. Either a part of this or taken in its whole is highly irrational.
Yeah. Okay, let's get through this.
The flat line is just an impossible shape in terms of what we know about how meridian lines behave. Now, just going back to the 19th century, this is an extract from one of Rowbotham's. A lot of.
I didn't need to. You didn't need to go through any of that. There we go.
One which has a center where any radial. Right, I'm going to. Sorry, I said right again. I'm going to move back to the presentation if that's okay. I can.
Struggling.
Yeah.
Picked it up?
Yep.
Is it a nice? Is it a good size?
Yeah, we're good.
So they really didn't spot this. That if you could see that that's why Mike sort of gave up and Bev sort of white knighted him for a bit. He'd seen that.
I don't know. You can judge for yourself exactly what happened. Probably not what Beddy's talking about, but he is a fantasist.
He'd seen that the Earth is a globe, which is a synthetic proposition, not true solely in virtue of its meaning. It is in nowhere similar to the proposition the Earth is the Earth. I think he sort of saw that, perhaps briefly. You can prove nothing about the shape of the Earth from a vacuous statement like that. If level is horizontal means exactly the same as horizontal is horizontal, then that is something you have to agree to. You'd be insane to deny it, but that is not what horizontal is level means. Yeah, we've seen that.
That's not what horizontal is level means. Let me hear that again. Because then this is a sophist to me.
If level is horizontal means exactly the same as horizontal is horizontal, then that is something you have to agree to. You'd be insane to deny it, but that is not what horizontal is level means.
That is not what horizontal is level means.
Yes, he is not right because
Doesn't make any sense.
horizontal is horizontal. Of course, it is tautology, and because it fulfills law of identity. Yes, man is a man. Yes. So what? This is tautology, and this is you can say that this is vacuous statement if you are trying to use that statement that horizontal is horizontal to prove something with that statement. Of course, you cannot. But level is horizontal. This is not the same as horizontal is horizontal. Because a level, like water level, because water is leveling itself at rest, so level is producing horizontal line, or horizon is producing horizontal line. So that would be antecedent, and they are not the same. So he's wrong when he's saying that level is horizontal means that horizontal is horizontal, and that both statements are the same. They are not. Horizontal is horizontal. This statement is tautology, but level is horizontal. This is not tautology. It means that level, from level, we have horizontal. And this is not the same. This is not tautology.
He's even wrote QED.
Yeah, we've seen that.
Let's go back. That's a slide that. Have we seen that? Mike Jones thinks that the globe means the Earth. No, that the definition in the Oxford Dictionary said globe, and it said the Earth. So the Earth is a globe means the Earth is the Earth. But the Earth is the Earth is analytically true, therefore the Earth is a globe. QED. MJ
How's the
is the
logic
Earth,
there?
Earth. Yes, I agree. The Earth is the Earth. A equals A. There you go. What's up with that?
If statement Earth is the Earth is just stating that Earth exists, and it is called Earth. But globe, that means Earth, in Oxford Dictionary implies some shape into that Earth. Statement that Earth is the Earth doesn't imply that Earth is a globe. So this is this definition that Oxford gives is implying shape.
Do you think?
Yeah.
I think people put shape to globe.
No. Globe is Latin word globus, and this is English word. Let's say translation from globus. Globe is ball. Yes, it is a ball. It is a shape. Absolutely. Globe means ball. So it gives the shape. So Oxford Dictionary gives us shape of the Earth. So this statement in dictionary obviously means that the Earth is a globe. Simple.
Mm-hmm. Carry on. He's said everybody's seen that anyway.
Yeah, we've seen that.
Seen it.
Yeah, a bit more about analytic propositions. I think I've already said this, but let's go over again. Analytic is true solely in virtue of its meaning. Bachelor, married man, triangle, plane figure, enclosed by straight lines. A synthetic proposition is one that is not true or false solely in virtue of its meaning. Obviously, meaning enters into the truth value of all propositions, but some are solely true in virtue of that meaning, some are not. And the importance of synthetic propositions is that they inform you something about the world, which you have to find out by finding it out from the world, by perception or other means of gaining knowledge. And this was a famous sort of point in the history of philosophy. As I said, we leave the medieval era, and the church dominated scholastic philosophy and the era of science, which sort of begins with Descartes and Galileo and Boyle and all those great people. Early astronomers discovered that the morning star, which rises close to the sun, i.e. it's Venus, and the evening star, which sets close to the sun, are one and the same object. Now, they would have called it, before they realized that, they would have called it on the morning star and the other, as it were, the evening star. So they understood the meanings. They understood the meanings of those two terms. They did not know until astronomers came along and said, they're the same object. They're the same star, as they thought it was. They did not know that until they made that discovery. So the morning star cannot mean the same as the term the evening star, even though they happen to refer to the same object, the planet Venus. And that's an absolutely key point, and it's the same with level and horizontal.
Right, did you see that? See what he did?
Yes. He's saying about morning star and evening star, and it means that they called the same star differently according to the period of the day.
Yeah, until some people came along and said, no, they're the same thing. But then what Beddy's done is he wrote here, but the term, the morning star, does not mean the same as the term, the evening star. But they're the same thing. So how do they not mean the same thing?
They describe the same thing in different way.
Yeah, but why does it say does not mean the same? It's like, it does.
Yes, it is about, this description is talking about the same thing, the same star. And at evening, it is called evening star, and at morning, it is called morning star. Simple. Same star.
So
for me, no problem.
Yeah, there's no problem with this, except for the fact that he said, but the term, the morning star, does not mean the same as the term, the evening star. But to modern day people, yeah, they do. So they're the same thing. To anybody around today, they are the same thing. Beddy's going to equate this to level is horizontal. This evening star and the morning star that are the same thing, but called different things because they're seen at different times. The same as, well, listen.
Point, and it's the same with level and horizontal. Oh yeah, here's something from Saragaki. I took this in the comments.
So he just said, nice little magic trick. Well done, Beddy. He's equated that morning star to level and horizontal, and now he's going to go and flip to something about Saragaki.
Comments section of the video before it disappears. Saragaki says, ad edby, surely you understand that the statement level is horizontal is the conclusion of the argument and not a premise. And he then went on to say that, well, once you've concluded that level is horizontal, you then have definitions. You know it's true by definition. Well, that's complete nonsense, because if you're going to have the statement level is horizontal is the conclusion of an argument, then that argument must have used those terms with the definition of those terms. So that's completely arse about the face. What definitions of horizontal and level were used in that supposed argument? If synonymous, then the conclusion follows immediately. If you say, I'm going to...
This is a guy frantic. He's a sophist, frantically helping himself to try and justify something that I'm not too sure he knows what he's doing. Can you hear him rambling? Level is horizontal. Saragaki says, you understand the statement level is horizontal is the conclusion of the argument and not the premise. Therefore, level is horizontal. That's the conclusion. It's not a if level is horizontal.
Yes, conclusion is from something else. Yes, that's why we create syllogisms to prove from something else we are proving something else, not the same, because that would be tautology or circular reasoning. So valid syllogism is without circular reasoning or tautology. So yes.
This is what Beddy's doing though, right? Saragaki's pointing out to him that level is horizontal is a conclusion. And Beddy's saying, no, you've got to put it in the premise at the beginning. And you need the definitions of level is horizontal, right?
That would be circular reasoning.
Yes.
So, nonsense.
He's not a real logician, is he?
I doubt.
I can't see how he's done. He's just making shit up. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, he can fool the blue marble scientists as much as he wants. He's not fooling us. This is bullshit. This is a guy rambling. Try and get through it.
Define level as meaning the same as horizontal. I can immediately conclude that level is horizontal by virtue of my definition of the meaning. But if they're not synonymous, then what is the argument? Right. Horizontal surface is a plane surface that is perpendicular to a vertical line. I think we can all agree with that. The vertical line is one that follows the direction of gravity at that point. Now,
follows the direction of gravity at that point. I don't think gravity has a thing at a point, does it?
Gravity has direction. It is not related to a point, but to a line, rather.
Vertical line.
Yes, vertical line. So, not a point. I don't know.
A vertical line is any point. A vertical line at any point is one that follows the direction of gravity at that point.
It doesn't make any sense.
Well, obviously it will do to a blue marble scientist.
Because a vertical line cannot follow gravity at a point. This is just nonsensical statement.
Yeah, so I don't know. This is what the argument is according to him.
I've confronted the globe deniers before with this very point, and they tend to say, oh, well, gravity doesn't exist, but that's because they're thinking of Newtonian gravity, but you don't have to believe in Newton.
I don't know who he's talking about now, because he never mentioned anything about gravity to us. So, I don't know.
We all do. Most of us do. But you don't have to believe in Newton to believe that heavy objects tend to fall in the same direction at the same place. Gravity is from gravitas, which means heavy. Direction of gravity can just mean the direction in which heavy objects tend to fall. So a horizontal surface is a plane surface that is perpendicular to a vertical line, but not necessarily to every vertical line. Let's take a look at that. Scientific definition of level, which is not the same as the Oxford English Dictionary definition that they wheeled out, and I'm sure there are. I mean, the OED is enormous work. I'm sure it has all the definitions, including this one. The scientific definition is a level surface being a surface which at each point is perpendicular to the direction of gravity, the direction of heaviness at that point. So level does not mean the same as horizontal.
The direction of heaviness. Has anybody ever heard of that before?
No.
No.
Maybe this is just popular explanation that things that are heavy, they tend to the ground, and that's normal. Let's say what this is what our observation gives us. So
yeah, I think he's dumbing it down for the blue marble scientists over there. I mean, who have we got in the chat? Alan Evans, Blue Marble Science, Farmer's Boy, and maybe some of the Blue Marble Scientist viewers. Maybe they don't understand what gravity is. They need it just explaining simply.
Again, I would say, does anybody that does this work for a living, I'd say specifically construction, because that's kind of where you get to, very, very large projects and such. Do they have to check the direction of heaviness at a point to ensure that they have a level surface?
I don't know whether they'd understand what the fuck he's talking about, to be honest.
I wouldn't either, but I'm not in that field, so I mean, maybe maybe there is something. But I don't think so.
I've not been, I've not been around those sort of people. Well, I have. I talk to builders and that all the time, but I've not been in the industry, but I've never actually heard of the direction of heaviness being talked of. I mean, I've heard of a plumb bob. Tool for establishing a vertical, but I don't know. We go.
It may still be true that every level surface is a horizontal surface, but that has to be proved by observation and not by definition alone. And so in that respect, it's just like the morning star and the evening star. We have two different definitions, two different meanings of level and horizontal. Can we establish whether they mean the same thing or not?
There you go. What do you reckon to that?
Doesn't follow.
No.
Because this morning and evening star, so there are two different names to the same star, and you can name car a car, but you can name car a vehicle, or you can name it automobile, and you are talking about the same thing, giving different names. So it doesn't change anything.
What about car at night and car in the morning?
Yeah, so let's name car at night car, and car in the morning let's name automobile. Yeah, great invention. But about horizontals and level, this is another story, because with the level we can establish horizontal. So this is what we can make, because we are making horizontal. We can orientate a plane into being horizontal using level, auto level or water level. We can orientate this plane. We can be sure that this plane established by level is oriented horizontally. So that's why we can equivocate, because we can do something with level. So without having level, we cannot establish horizontal. So this is a necessary antecedent for horizontal. And as I said, this is not the same as this morning star and evening star, because we are talking about same thing named differently. He's confusing completely. I don't know where he's going with that, because it doesn't make any sense for me.
Well, listen to this now. He's going to the argument. There was a little bit of dead air. I think he was hoping that somebody would help him and join in, but obviously, because he's talking shite, nobody's going to help him. So here we go. Check this out. This is good.
So if a level surface is a horizontal surface, then from the scientific definition of level, then a horizontal surface is one which at each point is perpendicular to the direction of gravity. which it clearly follows, if level is horizontal, then gravity has the same direction at every point. So that's your conclusion from that.
Vertical, yeah. Vertical. Vertical is always perpendicular to horizontal. That's fine, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Those two definitions of level and horizontal, which are different. If level is horizontal, if they both refer to the same thing, then you must conclude that gravity has the same direction everywhere.
Vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Definitely a rational conclusion to come to. There's no problem with that. Ready?
So he is stating that verticals are parallel everywhere.
Well, I don't know. I didn't say that. He just says that gravity must have the same direction at every point. And it does. The direction is called vertical.
Correct.
Yes.
Blue Marble said that by definition, right? They literally mean the same thing.
Yes, but in order to have vertical in the same direction, only one situation we have here, that verticals are parallel, because you cannot have the same direction without parallelism. Without parallelism, this down or vertical would be different.
Well, the same direction is vertical.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I don't think you need to go into any geometric proofs from that. But I mean, simply from the statement, but does gravity have the same direction at every point? Yes, the direction is vertical. Everybody knows vertical is a direction, right? It's both, isn't it? Up and down. But people know what vertical is. And it does literally have the same definition, the same direction. It's what people's perception of that is. That's where we're getting to, right? Is it rational to enter into a conversation about it when you know, you say, yes, it has the same direction? No, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. It gets into some good logic here as well, right? So you can see that this guy, the proofless logician, like the guy who may or may not be in Maine, like his profession, right? Pretty much like Beddy, I think, to be honest. Check this out.
The Earth would have that sort of weird shape that I showed right at the beginning. But then, how do we know that gravity has the same direction at every point? You don't. So, yeah.
Right. Now, you see wrote on the screen. Try not to take much of what's wrote on the screen in. Try and listen to what he says. Challenge.
There's a saying that one man's modus ponens is another man's modus tollens. So let P be level is horizontal, and Q being gravity has the same direction at every point. Well, we know P implies Q, minding our P's and Q's. P is true, Q is true. Then reversing that by modus tollens, not Q implies not P. So if gravity made a mistake, if gravity doesn't have the same direction at every point, then level is not horizontal. That question cannot be answered by logical definition alone. We have to make observations.
Everyone follow with that?
I think
he's not a logician, is he?
No, because P, so this is antecedent. And antecedent, that level is horizontal. It means that you can create conditional statement. If level is horizontal, then gravity has the same direction at every point. And this is non sequitur.
Yeah.
So this is not a relation.
He's not minded his
consequence.
P's and Q's, does he?
Yeah. So I maybe it is mockery or just he's assuming ignorance of the audience. I don't know, but for me it sounds like mockery.
Because he's taking the piss, right? He said, one man's modus ponens is another man's modus tollens?
No, it cannot be because
yeah, exactly,
modus
right?
ponens is affirming the antecedent, and modus tollens is denying the consequent. So,
yeah, if you have a modus ponens, then another man can't just go, well, I'll have a modus tollens then. That's ridiculous. You've got to prove one way. You can't contradict it. But Beddy, I don't know. Beddy, well done. You got this one past the Blue Marble Scientist. None of them said a word because none of them dare say, fucking hell, Beddy, you're talking shit, man.
But the main thing here is that this P and Q, they are not related as antecedent and consequent. So the whole, his modus tollens is just bunk.
Do you want to listen to it again? I think it's fantastic. If you can get away with doing this sort of shit right in the middle of the Blue Marble Scientists, then... Oh, wait a minute, that's just the argument. There we go. Right, listen to this.
You know that gravity has the same direction at every point. You don't. So there's a saying that one man's modus ponens is another man's modus tollens. There's
a saying there. Is that even a saying? I bet it's not. Might be in the Sophist Club.
That's a ridiculous statement.
Has anybody ever heard that? I mean, I know there's not many people that do logic, right?
I didn't hear that, and
it would definitely sound contradictory, right? It would be a dilithious sort of statement if ever it was anything, really.
Maybe some drunk logician. I don't know.
Another man's modus tollens. So let P be level is horizontal, and Q being gravity has the same direction at every point. Well, we know P implies Q, minding our P's and Q's.
Not in that instance. Yes, we know that P should imply Q.
Yeah, we know we should,
Yeah, it should, but in this example, it doesn't. So.
Yeah, providing we have minded our P's and Q's, which you obviously haven't. But nobody picks him up on it, because the Blue Marble Scientist, I mean, who have we got in here? Alan Evans, Blue Marble Science, Farmer's Boy,
like
and
they're
I'm
going
to call him AT2 Productions. Yeah, they haven't got a clue. Beddy's the expert, and Beddy's maybe an expert sophist, because he's bullshitting the Blue Marble Scientists. But this is what happens, right? I'm saying now, I hope you're listening, guys. Beddy's bullshitting you. He's a sophist. He's not got a clue what he's talking about, obviously. Now, what you do now, Blue Marble Scientists, let that bolster Beddy, right? He's definitely a logician now, isn't he? Because Bev said he's not. So, take it away, guys. Oh, it's up to you. Take it on.
P is true. Q is true. Then reversing that by modus tollens, not Q implies not P. So if gravity...
He even wrote this wrong. If gravity has the same direction at every point, then level is not horizontal, is what he's wrote. Doesn't even know what the fuck he's writing in his argument, that he's not even checked the P's and Q's. That's how bad it is.
Yes, he wrote, not Q implies not P. So not Q is gravity hasn't got the same direction.
Yeah.
This is not Q. But he's stating if gravity has the same direction, so he's describing wrongly this not Q, because he is stating Q. He should deny Q. So if gravity hasn't got the same direction at every point, then level is not horizontal. So he should deny horizontal as being not level or whatever, as level being not horizontal, by denying gravity having the same direction.
What you've got to be careful here is, though, right? Just because we've fixed this not doesn't make this minding his P's and Q's a real thing. It's still not a real argument. He's just not even done his shit argument correctly.
Yes, so yes, it is about correctness. So this he's just making formal mistake here. He's incorrect in his statement, in his modus tollens. He's doing that incorrectly, like, for example, QE with his modus tollens.
Yeah.
So just mess.
It's like even worse, isn't it? It's like he's doubled down on his wrongness within this. Like, if you wanted to show somebody that you're not actually a logician, this is how you do it. Literally show them that you're completely inept in every way about what you're doing. Fantastic. And let's see how he gets out of it. Look.
Made a mistake. If gravity doesn't have the same direction at every point, then level is not horizontal. That question cannot be answered by logical definition alone. We have to make...
He knows he's made a mistake, but nobody's going to point out to him because they haven't got a clue.
Yeah, but he said correctly.
Yeah.
He wrote wrongly, but said correctly. Yeah. So this is just, yes, a mess.
It's mad, isn't it?
Observations.
Got to be done by observations.
I thought that's really what I wanted to say, that it is key to understanding this point that level is horizontal. It's not true by definition alone, by meaning alone. Otherwise, it would be vacuously true.
Like, I don't know what he's talking about. Otherwise, it would be vacuously true. I hope we get over this bit, I think.
It would mean it would be totally unhelpful. And it cannot be both analytic and synthetic. Level is horizontal is a synthetic proposition, which has to be proved or disproved. And I think we can safely say it's been disproved by observation and not by logic.
There you go. Level is horizontal. He said, again, listen to what he says. This is to appease the blue marble science gods.
It would mean it would be totally unhelpful. And it cannot be both analytic and synthetic. Level is horizontal is a synthetic proposition, which has to be proved or disproved. And I think we can safely say it's been disproved by observation and not by logic.
Well, they can safely say it's been disproved. I mean, like Beddy can safely say it's been disproved.
By which observation?
Dead silence again.
What I think he means by the vacuous is that even if it's true, then level is horizontal. It's still true. But if it's both false, then it's still true. Level is always horizontal. So either way, you get a true result. Level is always horizontal.
A vacuous truth, though, like Buster said, or says, is a statement like all of the lights in the room are on or off. Makes a difference. And you go into the room, you open the door and go, there's no lights here. There's no lights in the room. Therefore, the statement, all the lights in the room are off or on, is a vacuous truth, right? It means nothing because there is no lights in the room. That's not the same as level is horizontal as a statement. Bebby's trying to link a false analogy, if that's what you want to call it, to that statement.
Yeah, he's trying. That's what I meant. He's trying to say that the statement itself leads to an incorrect conclusion since they're not connected. But they are. That's the part he's missing.
Yeah.
He connected them really badly.
It's what the blue marble guys want to hear, though. The blue marble scientists sat over there in the room. This is the sort of stuff they want to hear. Because it's pretty obvious they're never going to call Beddy on it. And they're never going to enter this arena of logic.
they're tuned out. They're just not even paying attention right now. They're just logged in and they're off doing something else. They're off in La La Land.
We could look to Marian shift regarding modus ponens can be another man's modus tollens. Oh, well done, Stefan. You've been doing some reading.
He pointed this
Nice.
out. If not, I was going to. Mike has a long rant about LIGO, which I didn't really understand, but I think people here do understand LIGO and might help for comment from someone else.
Yeah, we can do that.
He's hoping to get saved from LIGO.
But what you're talking about here is exactly the mistake that Bev has been making all along.
Yes.
Yes.
What he's talking about here?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
My mistake. Fucking hell.
I bet that they have no clue what Baby was talking about.
Absolutely none.
Because he's just making wrong modus tollens. P is not antecedent on this of this Q. He's making mistake in writing. He corrected himself and when saying, but it still is invalid modus tollens, and his analogies are false, and it is just a mess, nonsense, generally. But and yes, this is what he is selling to Blue Marble Science, and of course, Blue Marble Science, as always, says that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Yeah, listen to this though, because right, this is what the mistake that Bev's been making. Because I think I might want to clip this.
Here is exactly the mistake that Bev has been making all along.
Yes.
It's actually affirming the consequent, I think.
No,
it's it's an affirming the consequent, I think. Like what? It said modus ponens. Denying. Modus tollens.
Modus tollens denies.
Deny consequent, yeah.
Consequent, yes, but modus ponens. So if it is a positive statement, so if level is horizontal, then gravity, etc. This is of course non sequitur, but we have modus ponens because we have this positive statement. So how you can affirm the consequent, how you can make this fallacy in that statement. It's just he does not understand, I think, Blue Marble Science, what affirming the consequent fallacy is.
I think Blue Marble's talking about all horizontals being parallel though. Right? Blue Marble's got his mind clouded by a different argument.
Maybe.
And he thinks that's affirming the consequent. But anyway, listen.
Not really. It's more about begging the question, actually. But
it's a begging the question and not understanding this distinction between analytic, propositions true in virtue of their meaning, and synthetic, where you have to go out into the world and make certain measurements.
Yeah, you really can't. You cannot sort this out through definitions alone.
No.
See, they're really, really trying to base this about definitions. For some reason, they think this is just a definitional thing, right? Whereas they don't realize that level is horizontal is a conclusion. It's not a definitional thing. It's a conclusion from an argument that you can then use as a definition.
Yes. So this kind of definition is a posteriori definition. Most of definitions are a posteriori. For example, definition of straight line is a posteriori definition, because you have to have an idea of being even. So if a straight line is that which lies evenly between extremities, it means that you have to have experience of something being even. So this definition is a posteriori, not a priori definition, a posteriori, because all terms used in that definition of straight line are given from a real world. The same thing is with level and horizontal. These terms are from real world. Horizontal is from horizon, and level is like balance. So we know what it means, that this is like even. So level means generally even. So both terms are from real life and or physical world, and they are used in a definition, but this definition is a posteriori definition, not a priori. So it is proven to be. So the level is horizontal. This is definition because it is proven that level is horizontal in real life. That's why it is definition. So it became definition because of real life. Simple.
Right, Blue Marbles come to the defense of Beddy. Blue, you didn't notice he fucked that up really badly. And I know, yeah, you don't know anything about logic. Beddy doesn't know anything about LIGO. And neither of you know anything about geometry, which is unfortunate. But hey, you call people whatever names you want to. However, you have to ease this for yourself, Blue Marble. You do that, because I think you're going to need to. You've got people who aren't helping you. It's great. Is that Starkadder? Is that Starkadder? Yeah, Starkadder. Look at that, Blue. He's supporting you. Give him his credit. I don't know how much longer that we're going on with this.
That's not possible.
It's not possible.
You have to make some observations, do some tests, do something to show which way it is.
Yeah.
Which is what Jesse did, correct? Well, it's not just Jesse. It's millions of scientists from sort of Aristotle on.
Yeah.
Exactly. Aristotle knew that.
Bev tried thinking.
No, exactly.
Now, let me see if I can find this.
You were meant to jump in a bit more and help him then, Blue. Okay. That's I only recorded that little bit just to get us in the flavour of what Beddy's his objectives were, his motivations, his plans, aspirations, the fact that he doesn't know fucking anything about logic. He's a pretty good sophist, I'll give him that. He can and he can spin a yarn, obviously. Sounds good, he's got a posh accent.
Quite a good liar.
Quite a very well. Yes. Right. Let me just move this out.
I'm not sure we've got a show that would work.
The posh accent thing, is that like from like London, or I was gonna ask about that the other day. Okay.
Oxford type thing. That's why Mike wanted to go with the Oxford dictionary.
That's hilarious.
Definitions, because obviously in honor of
of the accent.
Well, yeah, Cambridge, Oxford, Cambridge. Move that out the way there.
Yeah, this does kind of throw out that thing where like Americans don't use English correctly. Here's a dude like posh dude from England who can't use English correctly. So like get on with it, dude. Seriously.
Well, you'll hear within this. There's a bit that Beddy cut out of his bit that he did with Blue. I don't know why he did that with you, Blue. I don't. He might be ashamed of it or something. But I mean, he gave us an intro, and you'll hear. He doesn't stop anyone from saying it. He must like it. So, initial intro. You may have heard a big bit of it at the beginning of the show, but I'm going to play this while I make a brew. So, intro, Buster intro, and everything. This will be released tomorrow.
Worked very well because most of it was shouting, to be honest. Some of it my shouting, I admit.
Yeah. So I think you did all of the shouting, didn't you?
Actually, I did. Yeah.
Good day, everybody. Welcome to our Saturday morning discussion.
The definition you've given of level is as a horizontal plane. So by this definition, level is horizontal. Oh wow! Okay, the Earth is the Earth. I agree with that.
Excellent.
Level is horizontal as I defined. I agree with that. So is it rational to believe both? Yes. We're done. Oh wow!
I got your numbers right here.
You interrupted me.
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
You interrupted me there. I was speaking.
You have to open your mind.
But it's painful.
Imagination is all you need. Don't take advice from fools.
Okay.
Everything that they say is in vain.
You interrupted me again.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
There are many definitions in the dictionary, some of them contradictory. Scientific definitions often disagree with commonly used ones, and indeed the dictionary ones. So, and level is horizontal by definition, and you would be insane. You would be insane to deny it. Okay, the Earth is the Earth. I agree with that. It's horizontal as I defined. I agree with that. So, is it rational to believe both? Yes. We're done. Oh wow!
Everything is relative to you.
Under the definition that I accept, a level surface is not a plane surface.
Just like those straight lines are curving.
Mike, I'm happy to go with that definition for now.
Drive down the road, don't you ever swerve. And I don't know.
Shaped like a ball, that'll do. Yeah, is the Earth shaped like a ball?
All of this goes. Never take advice from fools.
Oh wow!
Everything that they say is in vain.
All verticals are parallel.
Never take advice from fools. Everything that they do.
It's been wonderful chatting with you, Beddy. I can't believe, so we've now tackled, it's not possible for two people to be below each other, and level is definitely horizontal, and the Earth is definitely the Earth.
Oh wow!
Thank you.
Yeah, we've agreed there. Yeah, the surveying definition says level is the same as horizontal.
We've been talking about the real globe for a long time here.
I know the game that you're playing.
It's the dogmatic globe.
And I know exactly what's on your mind.
Dogmatic globe.
You got your playbook, it's alright.
Yeah, I'm sort of losing here, Mike.
Your model dictates what you will find.
I'm actually trying to help you. I'm trying to help you.
I don't know
Thank you for helping me, but
where all of this goes.
yeah, I'm sort of losing here, Mike.
Don't take advice from fools.
No, let me finish.
Everything that they say is in vain.
Mike, you interrupted again.
Never take advice from fools.
There's the dogmatic globe.
We all know what they do is in vain.
Under the definition that I accept, a level surface is not a plane surface.
So you think it's a synthetic proposition that could be proven experimentally?
That the Earth is a globe? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
either the Earth is a globe or it's not a globe.
Good day, everybody. Welcome to our Saturday morning discussion. And today we are discussing, is it rational to believe that level is horizontal and believe that the Earth is a globe. So, good morning, welcome. Today we have, discussing this topic, we have Beddy. He has a PhD and a qualification in theology. He used to be a teacher. He is a published writer and is on his third book, which tackles rationality and so forth. And also,
Hey, so I've made me brew. Everybody got the brews ready? It's gonna be good. So did you hear that? Beddy didn't bother pointing that in when he was doing the one yesterday. He was he just cut it to the next bit. He clipped all of that bit out. I think we should play it again. Just in Beddy's honour. But look, all the qualifications he missed out. Hope you're getting this, Blue.
is it rational to believe that level is horizontal and believe that the Earth is a globe? So, good morning, welcome. Today.
So there you go again as well. I don't know whether Beddy mentioned this yesterday, when Blue was, when Beddy went over there to tell Blue about his objectives. That this debate is about, is it rational to believe that level is horizontal and believe that the Earth's a globe? I know he cut out a load of stuff yesterday when he was showing the Blue Marble scientists about this. This being one of them, the title of the debate, and Beddy's introduction. Listen.
Today we have, discussing this topic, we have Beddy. He has a PhD and a qualification in theology. He used to be a teacher. He is a published writer and is on his third book, which tackles rationality and so forth.
Now, that was what Beddy gave us to introduce him as. I don't think
it played. I'm not sure if it played in our end.
Did it not?
I didn't hear it.
In Discord?
Yeah, it didn't play in Oh, sorry. Was this only YouTube that was going to play?
No, it should be playing in Discord as well. Anybody else? Did you all hear that? Or is nobody listening?
Not playing in Discord.
Is it not?
No, it is not.
Okay.
On YouTube, yes.
All right, okay. Let me sort that screen out. Okay. Okay, well, I'll play it again then.
Is it rational to believe that level is horizontal and believe that the Earth is a globe? So, good morning, welcome. Today we have, discussing this topic, we have Beddy. He has a PhD and a qualification in theology. He used to be a teacher. He is a published writer and is on his third book, which tackles rationality and so forth.
There you go. So that wasn't in the bit that Beddy played over at Blue Marble Sciences the other day. He left that out. Is he being modest? Or maybe that was a particular flavour of bullshit just for us. I only didn't want to tell the Blue Marble Scientists. I don't know. Let's be the judge of that.
And also we have, are you there, Mike Jones?
Hey, I'm here. I'm just trying to get collar on the dog.
Oh, so we're walking the dog this morning. Okay, Beddy, I don't know if you noticed in the live chats that in your honour, we are going to use definitions from the Oxford Dictionary.
Right, we can use any definition we like or agree on. Was my understanding.
But if it's easier if we just agree on one specific dictionary.
I will agree to agree, but that was going to be what I was going to kick off with. The meanings of level, the meanings of horizontal, meaning of a globe. So.
Oh, okay. Well, you and Mike take it away. Carry on, Mike, if you're happy.
Yeah.
So this was discussed beforehand that we would be using the definitions for the Oxford Dictionary. It had been agreed already. So Beddy's already, we know he's being a bit dishonest. That's already been displayed. His objectives that he's got are not true, right? So the definitions, he has a problem with the definitions, need to be worked over, which is obviously what we're going to do now. Here we go.
Well, that sounds good. Well, so why don't we just start with rational then, because that's like the first word, unless we're going to have is and it needing to be defined.
No, we don't need to define that. Rational, tricky one. From ratio Latin, from logos Greek.
Why don't we just put it on? Why don't we just put the Oxford one on so it's not tricky? We can just take the Oxford, since we've agreed that Oxford. Yeah. Emma, do you have the Oxford definition?
Yes, it's in the live chat there, and it says based on or in accordance with reason or logic.
That's perfect. Logic, deductive, Aristotelian. Sound good?
Okay. I mean, it begs the question as what according to reason means, but I'm okay with that.
Do you really need to know what according to reason means?
Well, we haven't defined reason, have we?
Would you like to define reason?
Mike,
are we going to just keep going down like the endless turtles of definitions, or do we understand what logic and reason are?
No, we're not. I'm perfectly happy with that. I said I was happy.
What would you say to somebody that wanted to define what reason is at the start of a debate about, well, a discussion about rationality? I mean, it is a discussion. I don't know why they're doing definitions like that.
Just to maybe get him into a contradiction where he's got this Oxford posh accent, but doesn't accept Oxford posh sort of definition of words. He's got his own vernacular that he wants to use.
But in fact, rational is, of course, from Latin word ratio, ratio, and this meaning of this word is, of course, as it says, ratio, so proportion between things. So we are reasoning, our reasoning is based on ratio. So to gain knowledge, we need to compare two things. We are making proportion in our mind between two things, and then we are creating conclusion. That's why it is called ratio. We have to have two things to compare, to make ratio between them, or proportion.
And the reasoning is the comparing of those two things.
Yes, and to find similarities and differences. Yeah.
And he like thinks that needs to go over.
I don't know. Maybe.
It's mad. It's only talking about a few definitions of this. Well, anyway, let's go.
Great. All right. So is it rational? Is it logical? Is it reasonable?
Yeah.
To believe. Shall we post believe?
Yep, that one is an acceptance that a statement is true or that something exists.
Is that good?
That will do.
Excellent. That level is horizontal.
The statement here being the conjunction that level is horizontal and
correct.
That the Earth is a globe, correct? It's a conjunction, not just a single.
Well, we're going to start with level is horizontal, and we'll get to the end.
Can we just start
level.
with globe?
Why don't we just start with level? Since it's in the beginning. No, we're going one by one. You were fine with doing rational and then belief. Let's just do level. Let's jump to the end. You're bizarre, okay. Betty. You're really bizarre. Level.
Can you not say stuff is bizarre? Let's just go to the...
Well, it is bizarre. It's strange. It's strange. It's odd that we would go 1, 2, 7. Why don't we just go 1, 2, 3?
All right, that's fine.
Excellent. Level.
So we start with level.
Excellent.
Okay. That is a horizontal plane or line.
Excellent.
And then we have horizontal, which is parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical, a horizontal line.
Those both sound
under this definition, can I get a word in edgewise, please? So on this definition, level
yeah, you can get a word in edgewise in the middle of my sentence. Yeah. Why don't you just wait for me to stop talking, Betty? Now it's done talking. You're ready to go.
Am I ready to go?
Are you asking yourself?
How awkward's that?
That's not edited,
Did we lose
right?
sound?
No, not
That's
edited.
the awkward silence.
Psychological game.
Debbie, did you have something to say about horizontal?
No. I thought Mike was talking and said I interrupted, so I was waiting for Mike.
Was the 30 seconds gap too short for you? Be sure to use it next time.
So I'll start, and I'd like to be able to finish. So the definition you've given of level is as a horizontal plane. So by this definition, level is horizontal, and it is like, you remember, Mike, I asked you about analytic propositions, those which are true in virtue of their meaning. Under that definition, a level surface is by definition a horizontal surface, correct?
And under a synthetic proposition, it's also a horizontal surface, correct?
Say that again.
And you asked about analytical propositions. Shall we do synthetic propositions as well? Both analytically and synthetically. It is.
A synthetic proposition is just one that's not analytic, which is not true in virtue of the meaning of the terms. But as you have.
But not analytic means you can prove it.
Mike, you interrupted me there. I was speaking. Let me finish. Right. Under that definition of level, a horizontal plane.
The definition.
And level is horizontal by definition, and you would be insane. You would be insane to deny it. You'd be insane to deny the truth of that statement under that definition.
Under the definition.
No, there are other definitions of level.
Yeah, but they can't change from being horizontal. Otherwise, they would be paradoxical.
Why would that be? Look, I'm happy to go.
Because it's either straight line or it isn't a straight line.
Mike, I'm happy to go with that definition for now. I'm just saying that.
No. Are you going to temporarily agree with it, or are you going to agree with it?
I'm going to temporarily agree. A definition simply expresses the meanings of the terms that you're using here, level and here horizontal.
Do you change meanings of terms when you go through your life?
If you agree with the other person what you mean, then that is fine.
It's fine that level is horizontal. We're done then.
There are many definitions in the dictionary, some of them contradictory. As long as you agree on the definition.
Can you stop a second? He said that definition is describing meanings. No, definition is saying what the thing is.
Yeah, defining the thing.
Yes, is describing what it is, not what it means. Of course, it is implicit that it explains its meanings by itself, but definition is saying what the thing is, not only just a meaning. So he is just incorrect on term of definition. Definition defines what the thing is. So if we are asking question what it is, and we can give answer, so this answer would be definition, because it describes what the thing is.
Yeah, I think I hope everybody's seeing what's going on here, because if they wrap it up in definitions forever, then they can say that we talk about definitions, and we will never be able to get to the proof of why we ended up with the definition. We'll never get to the argument that comes up with the conclusion level is horizontal. Here's the proof that level is horizontal. That's how we can know level is horizontal as a statement. It's not a definition. We don't know that level is horizontal because of its definition. We know its definition, we can state its definition, and then we can state what is to be proved. Level is horizontal. That will be proved. Here's the proof. Which we can do. I mean, we've been able to do it for ages. These guys never want to discuss that thing. They just want to talk about definitions, which is, I think, where we're going here. But this definitions isn't us. We aren't the ones that need to know about definitions. I'd prefer the discussion to just begin. We don't need to do definitions, surely.
There are no definitions in the Oxford Dictionary that contradict this definition. None.
I don't
Zero.
have it in front of me. I don't have it in front of me.
You should have prepared.
But let's go with that definition. That is fine.
Excellent. Level is horizontal. What else can I do? What else can I do for you?
Right. The Earth, is that consistent? Would it be rational to believe that level is horizontal and that the Earth is a globe? The other day,
now that we've agreed that level is horizontal.
Right,
what's the definition?
I go, right? You interrupted me in full flight.
Okay.
Right. The other day you said that a globe is a kind of toy or a desk toy in the shape of
a globe. Yes, a globe.
You interrupted me again.
I'm agreeing with you, Betty.
The other day you said that a globe is a form of sort of desk toy. So when we say that people believe the Earth is a globe, do they believe that the Earth is a desk toy? Well, no. There is another definition of globe which says...
Can you post that, please, Emma, the Oxford definition?
Of a globe?
Yes,
Oxford,
we have it.
Please.
Yeah, it's in the live chat.
Excellent. It's the Earth, right? It says
it just says
Earth?
the Earth. Yes, just the Earth.
Excellent. So is the Earth the Earth? Yes. I agree. The Earth is the Earth.
So
A equals A.
So on that definition, globe means Earth, correct?
The definition that we're using is the Oxford Dictionary. It's not a desk toy. That would be like a globe or a toy globe. The globe is the Earth.
Right.
You're familiar with the A and the.
Yeah, sure.
Excellent.
No, well, my definition that I have says a globe is...
we're using Oxford.
You interrupted me. Will you stop this?
We're using Oxford.
Right, let me start again. There are several definitions of globe. One of them is a shape that is either spherical or approximately spherical. So when I say, is the Earth a globe, or...
To point out here that Beddy was given the chance to present the definitions that he wanted to use. And once again, he's not put it out. He's not telling us what it is. He's not showing us what it is. He's not telling us which dictionary for us to go and look at. He's literally just stating a definition that he wants to come up with. Not very fair, but these are the rules that we're under. It is only a discussion.
You're interrupting. If I say the Earth is a globe, am I saying the Earth is the Earth, or am I saying the Earth is a spherical or approximately spherical shape?
Don't know. I don't read your mind.
So when we say, right, so you don't know what the Earth is a globe means as ordinary.
When you say it, no, when you personally say it, I don't know what you mean.
Say that again.
When you say it.
Were we not just going to agree on definitions and then get on to the discussion?
Do we not agree with this definition? Globe, Earth, globe.
So what does the proposition the Earth is a globe mean, according to you, Mike?
The definition that's in Oxford is the Earth, yes.
Okay, the Earth is the Earth. I agree with that.
Excellent.
Level equals horizontal, as I defined. I agree with that. So is it rational to believe both? Yes, we're done.
Excellent. That's great. Level is definitely horizontal, and we can agree that the Earth is the Earth. It's been wonderful chatting with you, Betty. I can't believe, so we've now tackled, it's not possible for two people to be below each other, and level is definitely horizontal, and the Earth is definitely the Earth. Thank you.
Yeah, we've agreed that.
We've been talking about the real globe for a long time here. We've also been talking about the dogmatic globe.
What is the dogmatic globe?
So, at this point, the initial debate, is it rational to believe that level is horizontal and to believe that the Earth is the globe? Beddy has just folded. It is rational to believe that level is horizontal, according to the dictionary, and it is also rational to believe that the Earth is the Earth. And it appears that it is rational to believe that level is horizontal and that the Earth is the Earth. So, debate over. How long have we got? 16 minutes. Done, dusted. That's how you do it. I don't know why it took so long for us to get through all of the definitions and all of that, but there's still a little bit longer to go of this conversation.
Yes, but when these sentences are put in that way, that level is horizontal, is rational, yes, of course, and separated statement that Earth is a globe. Sorry, Earth is the Earth.
The globe is the Earth.
No.
But not,
Earth.
The globe is the Earth, right? And it wasn't a big E. There's no capital E involved in that. That was just the Earth.
Yeah. Yes. So this is for me very strange because, in this statement, which is the title of this conversation, that Earth is a globe, so Earth is subject and globe is predication. And of course, Beddy is right that it indicates shape because you are predicating upon the Earth. So if you are predicating that Earth is a globe, you are predicating about shape. Because otherwise,
haven't you done that with the capital E? The Earth. Right? Because you're not saying the Earth as in the land, the dirt, are you? You're saying the Earth, capital big E, right? Big E is a globe. That's the idea. That was the rationality, right? Is it rational to believe the Earth is a globe? Well, a globe is defined as Earth, like literally.
Yes, and that's this for me. This definition in dictionary is strange because this name globe there is subject. So subject and his predication, there is no predication here, because saying that globe is the earth means that the globe is made of earth. This is only a conclusion you can derive from that the globe is made of earth, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense.
And then the big E, right, is also made of dirt, right? It's the earth. It's the same thing. Yeah.
So, but that would be equivocation. That when we say globe, we mean the earth, big E. But dictionary is using small e. So for me, it doesn't make any sense. This
is it meant to make sense though, right? We're talking about dogmatic, aren't we?
Yes, but this is not definition, because globe and this entry first, the earth, it means that they are these two words, the earth and globe, are equivocal, not equivocal. They are equal in meaning. Two different words, equal in meaning. I forgot how it is named now. So, but not equivocal. Equivocal, that means that two same words, like ball, means can have different meanings. So like dance, ball, dance, or ball shape. So this is equivocal, but this is different thing. I forgot. Maybe Kevin can remember, because he was
within this thing, right? You've got the Earth, big E, and the globe, right? As opposed to Earth, little e, and a globe. Right? They're both equivocal, right? Equivocal, aren't they? The fact that Earth can mean two different things, and globe can possibly mean two different things.
Yeah, because the globe, in its original meaning, is just a shape.
Yeah.
Object with the shape of the globe, or a globe. It means that's spherical. So a globe, a ball. So in meaning of shape, we can just use word ball. So globe, ball, that indicates shape.
And you should also have Earth, as in what Earth are you talking about? Which is within the definitions of this, right? Because they're both equivocal. They have the same sound, but can mean different things. It's a sophist dream, really, isn't it?
Yes, in that dictionary, that it is just the same meaning of two different words. So, but for me it is nonsensical, because globe by itself does not mean that it is made of the earth. So, because it is shape, you can make a wooden ball, or wooden globe, or plastic globe, whatever.
But that's what Mike was saying. Like, you know, Beddy, you could hear Beddy talking about it. There's a toy, as he calls it, on the desk. That's a globe, right? And Beddy was saying, you don't surely think the Earth is that toy, right? But obviously not.
Yeah, so he
Earth's
was talking
dirt. It's
he
not
was
a
talking
toy.
about, I think, big E. So the big Earth is a globe. So that Earth, whatever it means for him, for Baby, is a globe. So has this shape.
Yeah, I tried to give Beddy, like, obviously, he didn't do too well there, so I give him a bit of a lifeline in a bit.
Equivalent, yes, equivalent. Yeah. Mike Jones is correct. Yes, I forgot that word. So equivalence means that it has the same meaning but different, named differently. So, but a statement that Earth is a globe is subject and predication. But in dictionary we have equivalence. Strange, but equivalence. So the globe means the Earth. I don't know why. And for me, this is just equivalence by consensus, or maybe by custom, or propaganda, whatever. That people, when they are saying globe, they mean the Earth. I don't know if it is true, but this is what dictionary says. But still, Mike Jones is right. The Earth is Earth. Yes. So we have two separate statements, and they are not linked together yet. Because if Earth being Earth does not imply that believing in a level being horizontal is rational or not. So it's just nonsense.
Blue's wondering how I managed to capitalize big E. So yes, Blue, what you do is you take Earth that hasn't got a capital E on it, and you put a capital E on it. Much like people have done with science. Put a capital S. It changes it into a more stately thing. It makes it into a thing of importance. It sort of capitalizes it. Like, name something like a capital Earth with a capital E. Well, that's the name of a thing. It's not just dirt.
Yeah, I can give you another example, right? It's like the word, let's say the word God, and you have right. It's just God, G-O-D, right?
Like science.
No capital, no capitalize. But then as soon as you capitalize the G, much like they capitalize their E, same thing. They're gods, same
science.
Thing. Yeah, absolutely, same thing. That's how you do it.
In case you didn't know, Blue, that's you make something far more important than it is by you capitalizing it. Like, we don't tend to do that sort of thing, but
never capitalized it. Never capitalized it in my life.
No, not science either. Like some.
Yes, for me, this is strange that Oxford is not capitalizing the Earth. So, but it makes.
You might not want to lie.
Maybe, but still, it is strange, and it does not support any claim about shape of the Earth. By the way.
Yeah, that's strange, that, isn't it? Wonder why that is. Okay, carry on.
Oh, you haven't heard about it?
No, why would I?
Well, I don't know. You're the show logger. You've been our intern for like a year. You've been logging the show, listening to every minute. Are you not paying attention? Are you just paying attention to? No, you're not.
Hardly every minute, Mike.
Betty, shall I post all the screenshots of you literally timestamping down to the second in the comment sections of these YouTube
Well,
videos?
why don't you explain? Anyway, the discussion the discussion is over.
Yes, the
Your
Earth is the
definition
Earth,
of
and
level.
level is horizontal.
You're
I'm glad we
interrupting me.
agree.
One more and I'm off, right?
I really don't care, Betty.
It's literally just said that the discussion's over. And was having a go at Mike. We're talking. Tut, Mike.
I knew he'd leave. All right, that was fun. Everybody have a good time. Can you hear me? I'm walking the dog. It's difficult.
Yes.
Excellent. Did Betty leave? It sounded like I heard a drop.
No, that was someone else. He is doing so.
Okay.
Is there nothing else more to discuss?
I don't think so. Although he was asking what the dogmatic globe model is. Maybe Bev can jump in and explain the dogmatic globe model, because as usual, after having coffee and walking the dog, my mouth is dry, and I don't have a bottle of water with me.
Well, I mean, that surely can't be it, can it? I mean, is it rational to believe that level is horizontal? I think we agreed on that. Is it rational to believe that the Earth is a globe? Well, if the globe is the Earth, then the Earth is a globe. That's quite... I said to you, Beddy, about saying that the globe was reality, which I think that was like, because if the globe is the Earth and the Earth is reality that we live in, then that would still apply, wouldn't it? It's still rational to believe that level is horizontal, and so is that the end of it, Beddy?
Well, as I say, you sort of forced me into accepting the definitions that you imposed, and if you wanted to find the Earth as a globe as being something that's analytically true, i.e. true in virtue of its meaning, then in that sense, then yeah, it's rational to believe that the Earth is the Earth, and it's rational to believe that a horizontal plane is a horizontal plane, yeah.
And that level is horizontal.
I just said that. A horizontal plane is a horizontal. Level means, under your definition, level means horizontal.
Oxford. Do you want to pick a different dictionary or something? Or do you want to make up your own definition? Which you're quite free to give us. We are still only in the definitional stage, aren't we? I was hoping we could get onto the actual discussion.
Well, if we've agreed that... let me have a look.
If you want to tweak a few things just to make it a bit more interesting, so you can carry on the discussion. I mean, surely that can't have been what you were aiming for, was it?
Well, you don't argue about definitions. If you impose that definition, which you've done, yeah, the surveying definition says level is the same as horizontal. Yeah. I mean, I don't agree with this thing about the Earth as a globe being an...
But did he just say in the surveying definition said that level is horizontal? Because
I would say that surveyors use definition. It was given to them, and so because our life experience supports. So this is just the definition, let's say.
Yeah,
not surveyors.
Why would there be a different definition for surveyors than everybody else? Do surveyors not use dictionaries? I don't get it. I don't understand why he would. But I mean, obviously, the surveyors in the dictionary agree. Maybe there's a surveyor's definition of level is, in the Oxford Dictionary that we missed. There's no need to get personal, Blue. It's all right, though. We understand it's tricky for you. You wanted to keep this stuff under wraps. Did you tell Beddy to not post any of this stuff? Don't play any of that. Okay, here we go. Carrying on.
Being a proposition that's true in virtue of its meaning.
So you think it's a synthetic proposition that could be proven experimentally?
That the Earth is a globe? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
either the Earth is a globe or it's not a globe. It's not true in the meaning of the
Well,
term
what is a
globe.
globe?
A globe noun means a shape that is spherical or approximately spherical. So we're asking is it true that the Earth is an approximately spherical shape? We don't mean the Earth is the Earth.
Well, I know.
Well,
Great. Are you gonna?
Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry, I'm on a delay.
Yeah. Well, is that rational then? Do you want to continue with that? Because obviously, Mike and you seem to have a different idea of a globe.
Yeah, I mean by globe, or one of the
I don't know what everybody thinks of here, but Emma's the original discussion has finished, so Emma's not actually involved in it anymore because is it rational? It's gone, over and done with. Beddy conceded. Obviously, I've come in now to give Beddy a bit of a lifeline to continue the discussion because it's obvious that they weren't finished whatever they wanted with the discussion. So we're extending the original one now. Beddy's conceded the original point that it is rational for level and horizontal, and it is rational to think that the Earth is Earth, right? It's that. So now we're in an extension of, well, I don't know. I think we're still with the level is horizontal. That's rational. Now we're talking about what everybody thinks of globe. So extension of the debate from a little injection from me. That's it. Over and done with. Emma's already tapped out. So Emma's not going to be in it anymore. She did the introduction and that bit's finished. There we go. We're into the next round 2. We're at 20 minutes in.
Definitions, I mean a shape which is a surface which is approximately spherical. That's what I mean. And that's what most people mean when they ask, is the Earth a globe? They mean, what is the shape of the Earth? That's what they mean. And when they say it's a globe, they mean it's a shape that is approximately spherical.
Okay.
I don't think that when anybody's talking about global warming, they're thinking to themselves, spherical warming. I just think that they're thinking about the world.
That's global used in a different sense across the world.
That's fine. Yeah, bat and bat are 2 different words. Bow and bow are 2 different words. They can mean different things.
So, Mike, for you, the Earth is a globe is an analytic proposition, correct?
Yeah, it's just a definition.
So what if I talk about the proposition the Earth is spherical or approximately spherical? Is that the same proposition?
I'd ask you to why you have it spherical and or approximately spherical, and if you could pick one.
Say that again.
Can you pick one? Is it spherical or is it approximately spherical?
Let's go for approximately spherical.
Okay, so define approximately spherical.
Approximately spherical means that the figure has a center and that the distance from the center to any point on the surface is approximately the same.
Excellent. So three-dimensional.
Mike, you interrupted again.
For fuck's sake, I'm agreeing with you. Oh my God, I'm agreeing with you.
If you interrupt me,
maybe it's the delay. Maybe it's the delay where I'm coming in on the middle of a word and you're thinking I'm interrupting you. It's possibly a delay, Betty. I'm just agreeing with you. I could be maybe 2 seconds delayed because I'm out walking my dog. If I am and I'm stepping on a word, I'm trying to find just a little bit of dead air where I can agree with you and just say, yeah, I agree. So 3-dimensional, correct? Over.
That's right, he said over. Everyone heard it.
Right, should I start again with, you asked for a definition of approximately spherical. That was a question.
Good.
You can say yes to that.
You know what's funny? Let me just stop for 1 second. What's funny is because you're British, in the middle of sentences, you don't even know you do this. You go, comma, right? And when I hear comma, right, I tend to agree or disagree. So if you can stop doing that, you won't hear me interrupt.
Okay, so I don't say right, right?
Well played, Betty. Well played. Proceed.
Okay, we have some agreement. I'll try and avoid that Britishism. So, definition of spherical. A spherical surface, one which has a center, where any radial line, a line from the center to a point on that surface, any two such radial lines, any two, will be exactly the same length. That's spherical. And here we say right, asking for agreement.
Yes, three-dimensional, correct. Euclidean. We can use Euclid's definition.
Yeah, we can use that's fine. And approximately spherical means that we take any two radial lines and they'll be approximately the same.
Okay, so it's a sort of a messy, we're not sure thing, but we'll just go with it.
Approximate has a fairly precise meaning. It means close but not exact. Whereas anything that's not approximate means... You okay, Mike?
Means what? Means what?
Means not approximate.
Excellent. Not approximate does indeed mean not approximate.
Correct. So, the proposition, the Earth is a globe, as I think most people understand it, means the Earth, the place we live, is approximately
Can I just chime in for a second, because I'm going to have to leave here shortly?
Yeah, go. Yeah.
So I think most likely they should have defined the same as well, because the way that I understand the model, right? The surface, quote unquote, depends on your elevation. So if you're on Mount Everest, as I understand it again, the same wouldn't be the same at all unless you think the same is 23,000 feet. Isn't that what the summit of Everest is? Something like that. Different than sea level.
Approximately, though, I think.
Approximately, right? Approximately. Yeah. So what's approximately, and then what's the same?
20,000.
Because 20,000 feet, is that
approximately
the same? I don't, compared to what, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's that. Like, you could be forever dealing within definitions, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
Like, forever. This goes on and on and on, and you never get to have the conversation, which is where we want to get to. We want to be talking about, is it rational? Like, I'd be saying now, is it rational for us to be discussing about the definitions when we're trying to get to a conversation about what Beddy just wants to say, Earth is ball, right? But he can't say it's a ball because he knows all of the pitfalls that go along with it. So he's playing a sophistry game, and Mike's obviously having to deal with it. You just need to have a conversation. This is one of the things you need to get through. Can they define globe? I mean, I can. But nobody wants to have a conversation with me because I will be able to define all of the things that I'm making an argument about. They won't agree with it. So, yeah, I don't know. We're talking about a sphere and an approximate sphere. Well, there isn't. There's either a sphere or not a sphere. That's the way geometry goes, isn't it? That's why they want to use globe. Because it doesn't actually mean anything until you define it for yourself. And that's the way I define it. whatever's in the mind of the beholder. Do you want to come in, Paper?
No, I'm just want to say that globe, globus in Latin, it is, of course, the ball, and even ball in English is from Greek, bola, which means completely the same. So bola, ball, and globe, this is just the same meaning. So, and it can describe object and its shape, of course.
So you would say that it's definitely then not able to call it a sphere and then say that that sphere is two-dimensional. It would have to be a sphere that is three-dimensional Euclidean solid sphere.
Sphere is described as three-dimensional. So
not recently.
No, of course, but Euclid is not recent.
Yeah.
Yeah. But still, it is talking about the same thing. So plane is encompassing two dimensions, and spherical surface is encompassing three dimensions. So that's the difference. So it cannot be 2D. 2D surface of the sphere is just
ridiculous,
nonsensical statement.
Yes. Yeah, I've got a source. I'll go to. I don't know. At some point, when we're going over definitions on the website. But yeah, this to me, a sphere is a three-dimensional, and it doesn't need to be talked about. If Beddy wants to go with the proposition that the Earth, right, big E, big capital E, and that's a globe, right, spherical ball, then argue that. Then just go with it. I don't get this. Why has to be an agreement? Beddy can formulate an argument with his definition and put that forward. Surely. It's crazy. Just say what you've got to say.
Okay, there are plenty of people that don't think of the globe that way or global that way. But if you want to speak for them, you can speak for them as well. Most people just think global warming.
Okay. But if
global
you ask
financial
someone,
crisis.
Yeah, they will interpret that proposition to mean, that question to mean, is the Earth spherical or approximately spherical in shape?
Ball shaped. Shaped like a ball, right?
Shaped like a ball, that would do. Yeah. Is the Earth shaped like a ball? So is it rational to believe that level is horizontal? Well, yeah, it's rational to believe that because on its own, because level under your definition means
under the definition.
There is no single definition of. I'm still looking for.
All right, so I'm going to jump in here. It is impossible for level to not be horizontal. It is tautological that level is horizontal. It is provable that level is horizontal.
Well, if you define it as meaning the same as horizontal, then that's fine. Yeah.
Well, you don't even have to define it. When we say level, it signifies something that's precisely horizontal. It's not a suggestion. It's not an implication. It's the defining characteristic of being level.
Okay. The other scientific definition, here I go to the...
See, again, did Beddy just brush off Mike saying it's not just definitional? I think he did. No, straight to the scientific definition. Remember the approximate earlier. Let's see what he goes with.
Scientific definitions often disagree with the commonly used ones and indeed the dictionary ones. So the standard scientific definition
The scientific definitions often disagree with the standard definitions. Why that is? Is that because big S, big capital S science has redefined definitions, so they're different? Or is Beddy just making that up? Can we have a list of all of the contradictory new science definitions of things that are different than in the dictionary? Because that can get a lot of people into trouble round here. You know, there's a lot of blue marble scientists travelling around in packs, harassing people about using dictionary definitions that disagree with their scientific definitions, but they don't ever have any really cited sources of the scientific dictionaries, not anywhere near that can cope with all of the other dictionaries of all of the other definitions where more normal people go to. But these blue marble scientists, big capital S's on their science, with the new definitions that contradict them, says Beddy. I'm not too sure about it. He never actually shows any definitions.
The standard scientific definition of a level surface is a surface of equal potential, or an equipotential surface.
An equipotential surface? Not approximately equipotential. Non-equipotential. Equipotential. Different, isn't it? I don't know.
Are you comfortable with that definition? Or
Does
are you
it have,
denying the definition at all?
Yeah, no, I agree that the surface is equipotential.
Excellent.
So, yeah, you know, down is below our feet, and our eyes and our eyebrows and the tops of our heads.
That's not quite the same as what gravitational potential means, is it?
You just said equipotential.
Equipotential. And you have the idea...
He does, he's just changing them. Equipotential, and then he adds in the G. As though it's the same thing. Maybe in his head.
Of equal
potential.
Of equal gravitational potential.
Oh, great.
Everywhere, every point on that surface has the same potential, has the same gravitational potential. I didn't say down, I said...
But it's measured vertically.
Potential.
It's measured vertically on the vertical axis, though, right?
Doesn't mean quite the same.
Doesn't mean quite the same to have the same equipotential, and it happens to be measured on the same vertical datum, but not meaning the same equipotential on the vertical, even though he does relate it to G, which is just the vertical. The equipotential, what's he talking about?
Yes, because potency, generally in logic and in philosophy, and I would say in normal science, this is like potential energy and kinetic energy. So potency, it is just built-in possibility to something. This is potency. So if we are saying that something has equal potency, and we call it equipotential, it means that it is equal in specific regard only. So saying that equipotential, that surface is equipotential, for me means nothing specific. But if this word is used as measured distance on vertical datum, it means that it refers to measurement, to geometry.
Equal on the vertical, right? No,
yeah,
no difference.
So, yes, so but it refers to geometry, not to gravity.
Yeah.
let's say this Newtonian or whatever.
It's a case of where you have to, like Blue Marble said, gravity is equal to zenith, is equal to plumb line, is equal to vertical. They're all equals. They're equals. So when he says equal gravitational potential, he's actually talking about equal vertical. A measurement on the vertical.
Yes, this is what Blue Marble science would say. But as we had this beddy presentation on Blue Marble science, he understands gravity differently. He's talking about this Newtonian gravity, obviously. So he's not talking about vertical.
That's what Blue Marble said, though.
Yes, but that would be disagreement or or misunderstanding. Or
what? So now gravity isn't the same as zenith and plumb and vertical somehow.
For Bebby, I think that he is talking right now about Newtonian gravity and not what Blue Marble science said about gravity.
Isn't that on vertical though, right? It definitely, when you're dealing with level, I think that's what they're talking about. Or is he talking about now?
Probably.
He's talking about a level surface. So he can't be talking about Earth, can he? He can't be talking about the Earth is a globe. He must be talking about level being horizontal.
You never know. Still,
but I've got it there. It's showing on the screen. Physics, an equipotential surface at right angles at every point to the lines of force, which would be, like Beddy calls it, gravity, but it's perpendicular, it's plumb. Vertical.
Yes, it has to be. So even if he means that Newtonian gravity, and this Newtonian gravity, of course, pre-assumes a globe, so this definition is not going along with his meaning. If he means Newtonian gravity, because this definition is not talking about Newtonian gravity and model whatever. It's talking about just vertical in geometric sense.
So let's carry on.
It doesn't. Is it not measured on the vertical axis? Am I wrong?
It is, but that's not the notion of equipotential. Mike, could we just move? There is a separate proposition.
So he's running away from the equipotential now because he knows that the equipotential is measured on the vertical axis, which is perpendicular to his definition. So we'll leave that one for a second. Let's see where Beddy goes.
I think all people believe. So let's assume that everyone believes.
Well, let's just stick with you and me as opposed to all people. Who cares what all people believe? All people believed a lot of stupid stuff in the last 3 years. A lot of stupid stuff.
We were asking, whether is it rational to believe, and that's part of that question is, what do people believe? Do people?
I don't care what people believe. I don't care what you believe. I don't care what anybody believes.
Interrupted. I didn't say right.
I'm just.
Interrupted.
Oh, Christ. I'm going to go home and get onto a better mic.
Oh, okay. Looks like Mike's going to get on a better mic.
Yeah.
Then maybe we won't have so many issues with the delays and lag and things.
Well, is it he's not hearing what I'm saying? Because I'll have been speaking for about 15 seconds, then he interrupts. I mean, he must surely realize he's interrupting.
There is a delay. Mike is in America.
Yeah, and Discord does funny things as well.
Right, but it's painful.
It's It's one of the things we have to deal with within communication on Discord.
This is what happens on international calls. People don't yell at each other on international calls. They just wait and recognize that there's a delay.
But Mike, that very last occasion and a few others, I had been talking for some time, say 10, 15 seconds. Then you butted in, and that effect is not explained. You must have heard me. You must have heard me speaking.
I jump in right as there's a gap. I began that sentence right at the end of the G in your speaking. Did you hear it over the first 3 words of your next sentence? If so, that's what we call a delay. These things happen on international calls. You're on an international call right now, Betty.
I've done many international calls and I've never had this problem. So I don't know how.
Joking.
That was an accident, I agree. I hadn't been speaking for long. Right, how are we going to resolve this? So we've sort of agreed that.
Resolve what?
No, I was speaking there.
You asked a question. How are we going to resolve this? Question mark. Resolve what is the answer to how are we going to resolve this? Stop asking questions if you don't want answers. Yes, you're right, Chuck. I did ask a question, and I should have paused at the end of that question so you could answer it. Or I shouldn't have asked it as a rhetorical question. Or I should have told you, if this is a rhetorical question, Jack.
Okay, I think we're going to leave it. We have a definition.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Betty, listen to me. Betty, listen to me. We're trying to get to level as horizontal, right?
Yeah, can I finish what I started?
Go ahead.
Right. I'm thinking we can leave it here because we have a definition of level as meaning. It's very meaning is a level plane. A level surface is a horizontal surface. So it's entirely rational. In fact, it would be irrational to disbelieve that level was horizontal under that definition. We have the proposition the Earth is a globe, which you said means global. The Earth is global. The Earth is the Earth, which is also under that meaning rational to believe. It's analytically true under that definition. So we're all agreed. I can go, yeah? We are in agreement.
So that's a concession again at 33 minutes, actually. Another concession from Beddy. Thank you very much, Beddy. Still not finished though yet, though, because he's obviously not got what he wanted. He wanted to come with an objective. He's got an objective, and he's got to stay before he can leave.
Your agreement, the problem with your agreement is that you don't believe that level is horizontal.
No, because I attach a different meaning to the term level.
How do you get level being a straight line and level not being a straight line?
Under the definition that I accept, a level surface is not a plane surface.
And you believe it's a circular surface.
So there you go. Beddy's just admitted 30 odd minutes into it that he doesn't actually have level as being a plane surface. Why didn't he say that at the beginning? Why didn't he prepare his definitions? Why didn't he say something a little bit earlier? Why? Why did he concede twice? What sort of a discussion's this? It's not even a debate. That's weak, Beddy. Weak sophistry. Because now we're going to try and get into it. It's like coaxing stuff out of people. Just have a bit more fucking balls to your argument.
I believe it's a spherical surface, yeah.
Excellent. So also, if you were to just walk, you'd walk in a circle.
Yeah. Could we turn
All
again
right, so
to the Earth?
how would you rectify that in construction?
Well, I don't know anything about construction, so I'll have to say I don't know to that.
So if you understand, have you ever built a home?
Nope.
Have you ever remodeled?
Have I ever?
Have you ever had your home remodeled?
No, I haven't. No.
Have you ever seen plans for your home?
Nope.
So you don't.
Yes, I have. Yes.
Oh, you have. Okay.
Yes, I have.
And those
yeah.
plans have a plan view and an elevation view, correct?
They have the first one.
A plan view, overhead.
An overhead.
Fun
view.
fact. Correct. Fun fact, elevation or side profile matches that plan view. You recognize that, right?
Well, it doesn't. In our house,
It
we recently, yeah, our house, we recently had some plans produced, but they in no way match the actual shape of the house because it's 200 years old and most of it.
Okay, did you hear that? Had some plans produced. Not copied, not blueprints redrawn or anything. Had some plans produced and they no way matched. Listen to it again.
Our house, we recently had some plans produced, but they in no way match the actual shape of the house because it's 200 years old and
they in no way matched the shape of the house. So Beddy had some plans produced that in no way matched the shape of the house because his house was old. What about anybody else here? Do some plans of your house, get them back, find out they in no way match the shape of your house. Would you be impressed? Would you go, okay, yeah, he said it's because the house is over 200 years old. I wouldn't, but hey.
Most of it's out of joint. There are no level and no perpendicular sort of parts of our house at all.
There's no level and perpendicular parts of his house at all.
I want to see that house.
That's a fun house, right? At the fucking fair, isn't it? Wonky floors, doorways,
ramps.
like you're falling all over, all wobbling about. It make you feel sick. Like, how would you put a picture on the wall? Like, just none of it. Not. It's all like skew width.
If you were going to design a new house, if you were going to raise your house to the ground, you would need plans and elevation profiles. And you would call an architect, and that architect would draw up plans and elevation profiles in CAD. You know what CAD is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, computer-aided design. That computer-aided design is done in 3 dimensions, X, Y, Z. Those 3 dimensions, when you do them in side view, they turn into 2 dimensions. You can call them whatever you want. The Z is vertical. The X and Y become just a slice. And you can call that either X or Y. You can call it whatever you want. That slice, level is horizontal in that slice. It matches and foots exactly to the plan view. Perfectly in CAD. In fact, you can spin it around in CAD and slide it into a side view, and then spin it around and slide it into an overhead view, plan view. Do we agree?
Yeah, that's fine.
Great. All buildings everywhere are built according to plans like that. All of them. Every single building. There is no building that isn't built like to plans like that. That's the way buildings are built.
Right. Well,
level is horizontal in those plans, and vertical is plumb in those plans.
Yeah. Well, in those plans, nothing is plumb. There's just drawings on paper, aren't they?
Vertical represents plumb in those plans, and horizontal represents level in those plans.
We can agree that. Yeah, we agree that.
All construction is based on those principles.
Let me speak here, if I may. We have the idea of representation, don't we? Something representing something.
Well, that's how we build things. We call that a model.
And yeah, we do. And how do we ensure that a perpendicular on the plan corresponds to whatever is in reality, whatever has been built? How do we know that?
Well, we could just walk through a city and recognize that every one of the buildings that we're walking by was built according to those plans, and know that they've gotten built.
So we recognize that by sight. We can accurately tell that to the infinitesimal degree, we can tell that if I look at two lines, line of a roof and line of the vertical wall, I can see instantly, without instrumentation or measurement, that they're perfectly perpendicular. Correct?
Let me put it this way. There are buildings out there that are long enough that if your level started bending, it would be noticeable very quickly, and it would also be impossible to be built. I can think of several buildings that are currently standing that would be impossible to be built if level wasn't horizontal.
Okay. Now, can I move to what I wanted to move to right at the beginning, which is there is something intermediate between the Earth as a globe and level is horizontal. And that's the question of whether all verticals are parallel. As I understand you, Mike, you would say that the proposition level is horizontal implies, and I think is implied by, the proposition all verticals are parallel. Now, would you agree?
All verticals are perpendicular to horizontal.
Correct.
You would agree with that, correct? Excellent. Horizontal is a straight line, correct?
No, you didn't give me a chance. You didn't give me a
chance. I'm walking you through it, Betty.
You didn't. Well, you asked me a question, and I'm answering.
And you answered it. You said yes.
Well,
so now we have a horizontal line with verticals being perpendicular to it.
The question is, are all verticals parallel? Is that implied by the proposition all level surfaces are horizontal surfaces?
Let's unpack that.
Yeah. All verticals are parallel. Can we unpack the proposition?
Just a minute, Chance. Just a minute. Just 1 minute. This was about, is it rational to believe that level is horizontal? Have we just changed that to a purely geometric discussion now, Beddy?
Right. Can I just?
Or has this debate ended, and are we on something new?
No, the debate's not ended, because my question is...
You gave it up earlier.
My question is...
Now are you defending a different position, Beddy?
No, same position.
Is it still rational to believe that level is horizontal and that the Earth is a globe? Can you please state where the parallel verticals come into this?
What is the connection? The connection is, on one understanding of level as meaning a horizontal surface, then by definition it is true that level is horizontal. My question is there another definition of level?
Have you found one?
Which implies that all verticals are not parallel.
Have you found one?
To my mind,
because I'll put it up on screen for you, for everyone.
The question is the connection between level is horizontal and the proposition all verticals are parallel.
Well, we've got the definition up on screen again from the beginning. Emma's had to step out.
I can't see that.
From the beginning, when we started, level 1, a horizontal plane or line.
Right. So if that is true...
Yes.
If that is true...
And it's in the dictionary.
All right, well, it must be true if it's in the dictionary. If that is true, is it also true that all verticals are parallel?
All perpendiculars to the horizontal line.
All verticals are parallel. There's also a connection between the common belief that the Earth is a globe, i.e. the Earth is a sphere, and the belief about verticals. Because if anyone who looks at a globe, i.e. something that represents the spherical shape of the Earth, must surely be recognizing that a vertical in one place cannot be parallel to a vertical in another place. So, excuse me, question is it rational to believe the first two propositions we talked about, level is horizontal and the Earth is spherical, and also believe that all verticals are parallel? Is it rational to, in fact, simplify it, is it rational to believe that the Earth is a globe, i.e. spherical, and believe that all verticals are parallel? That's my question.
Are you reversing it? Are you changing the debate? Should we sort that one out? Is that to Mike?
Yeah, we can change the debate, but well, the debate remains the same. The main question is about the definition of level. So I'm saying, well, in order to understand that, to unpack that, shall we look at the proposition all verticals are parallel, which we seem to be avoiding here?
Well, you seem to be avoiding the very definition of level that we started off with. Like, do you have a competing definition of level that you would like to offer?
Well, I proposed equipotential surface.
Yep.
Then that leads to the question of whether all verticals are parallel or not.
Or you think they're two different? They're two opposing definitions, do you think?
Sorry, what are two opposing definitions?
The equipotential and the horizontal plane.
Equipotential means vertical everywhere.
Yes.
And you then have the question of whether all such verticals are parallel to one another or not. That's the question. And then you have to reconcile that to the proposition the Earth is a globe.
Are all the perpendiculars to a horizontal line, are they parallel?
All perpendiculars to a horizontal line, i.e. a horizontal plane surface, yes, are parallel. The question is whether
all of the right angles to an equipotential surface, are they all parallel?
Well, that's the question. That is precisely the question of whether equipotential surface means horizontal surface.
So there you go. Finally, we get round to it. Is level a horizontal, and is equipotential the same as that horizontal? Or is it different? Does the dictionary have a different thing for physics and just the layperson? Are they any different? Do they describe two different things? So here we go. What time are we into? 40 odd minutes. 3/4 of an hour into it. This is where the debate starts. This is where the debate should have been for years. But it can never be here. This is only for people who live in reality to do this. Not model afflicted people. Shouldn't be doing it. It's too dangerous.
Quite, you've got it.
Okay. That's the question. So that is that what you want to? Should we schedule that for another debate, or you want it? Is that the one that you're bringing into question right now?
Well, I'm bringing it into question right now. We have a disagreement about what level means. We do agree it means.
Who has a disagreement? We had an agreement at the beginning for the definitions.
Well, I agreed to a definition because that's what I said. Let's assume the word means that the word level means that. But the question is if we also accept the definition of equipotential surface, a level surface is one of equal potential everywhere.
Yep.
Then that immediately leads to the question of whether all perpendiculars to that equipotential surface, i.e. all verticals, are parallel or not.
Well, it doesn't really say. That's a geometric matter that deals with right angles. Have you ever heard of a square?
No, I've never heard of a square.
Okay. Well, at each side, they're parallel. The opposite sides of a square, Beddy, are parallel because of the fact of the right angles at either end of it.
What does that have to do with equipotential, which we were discussing?
Because it says equipotential surface at right angles at every point, which is exactly the same as like a square.
Let's tidy that up. Equipotential surface is one where every point, every perpendicular to that surface at that point is a vertical, right? That does not necessarily imply that all verticals are parallel, does it? But, let me finish here. If you believe that the Earth is a globe, and you have a conception of vertical at any point on that globe, that sphere, then you cannot believe that all verticals are parallel. Anyone who believes that the Earth is a globe, a sphere, must believe that no verticals are parallel at all.
But what
you must also believe...
Oh, sorry. Okay, just before he goes on, everybody hear that? At the beginning, level being horizontal, yeah, rational. The globe being Earth that you live on, yeah, rational. Can you put that level horizontal on the Earth that you live on? Yeah, that's rational. All good. Done. Now Beddy wants to inject a spherical globe in. Now, is it rational to believe that level is horizontal? If you start off with level is horizontal, yeah, you can have that. But what you've got to do is you've got to be able to say, well, no, I've got a spherical globe and that must come first. And that tells me that level has to be different. It can't be. It's not rational now. Here we go. Go on, Mike.
Must also believe that horizontal doesn't exist. Must also believe that right angles from the surface can't exist. Must also believe that there's no such thing as a vertical plane or a horizontal plane. Must also believe that those two planes that don't exist obviously also can't be perpendicular or parallel to each other, and must also deny all construction.
Right. So it is illogical, it is irrational to believe that the Earth is a globe, correct?
Is it rational to deny the construction that we see around us every day? No, it's not. It's not
Mike, I'm asking a question. Is it rational to believe that the Earth is spherical in shape?
Is it rational to believe that the ground under your feet is shaped like a ball? No, it's not rational to believe that, Betty.
So it is not rational to believe that the Earth is a globe?
It's definitely rational to believe the Earth is the Earth.
The Earth is the Earth, but is the Earth a globe?
The globe definition in Oxford Dictionary is Earth. So yes, it's rational to believe the Earth is the Earth.
Well, then we'll have to leave it there. If you think that the Earth is a globe means the Earth is the Earth, it's a proposition which is analytically true. You'd say it was logically true, but it means the same. He's gone.
Position.
Yeah. Sorry, Mike. I think we just missed that bit then. He broke up for a bit. I don't know whether
my mic is terrible. Yeah. Hang on. I got to carry on, Bev. I'm sorry.
No problem.
So, under the definition of the Earth of globe that you've put forward, the Earth is a globe. That proposition means the Earth is the Earth, and it is analytically true. It's true in virtue of its meaning. I think we should leave it there. The Earth is the Earth, and a horizontal plane is a horizontal plane. Fabulous.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying all. So that's another concession from Beddy. Thank you very much, Beddy. No wonder you didn't want to put these into Blue Marble Science the other day. You've made 3-4 concessions about this. You finally, we're easing you through your own argument, but 3 or 4 concessions normally wouldn't go on like this, would it? Right? The debate should have been finished, but it is just a discussion. And Beddy's obviously got objectives that he hasn't quite got round to yet. Let's see how he does. All along, Beddy, really.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. The globe.
Have you been saying
the
the Earth is the
globe
Earth?
is reality, right? Everybody lives on the globe, right? In their mind, their worldview is taken up by everything that they see. That's the globe. Everybody knows that. But also, everybody knows that level is horizontal. As you said, you agreed. It's rational to believe that level is horizontal.
Well,
so it's rational to make level being horizontal fit onto your globe.
Yeah, and to all... Sorry, to my globe.
Yeah, that's rational. It's rational to believe that level being horizontal, as it is in reality, is also adjusted to the reality of the globe that you live on. There's no difference between reality and reality. I think that's what Mike's saying. The Earth's the Earth.
You're saying reality is reality, the Earth is the Earth.
Yes.
A horizontal plane is a horizontal plane. We agree with all these things.
I know everybody does.
No. Not a horizontal plane is a horizontal plane. A level is a straight line in a horizontal plane. We're not just doing pure, this word is this word. Level is a completely different word than horizontal, but they mean the same thing.
Well, it's a different word, but then mutton and lamb mean just the same thing. They mean, the animal that you eat. A bachelor is an unmarried man, right?
Indeed, and level is indeed horizontal. Level is also a verb. You can level something, which is to make it horizontal.
Hang on, Mike. I thought you said that words can't have different meanings. They can only have the same meaning.
Oh, no, they can definitely have different meanings. Bow, I didn't say that. I said bow and bow, bat and bat. They can have diametrically opposed meanings, but we understand them. Like the word bat is an animal that flies in the air. It's also a thing that you hit a ball with. It's also the act of hitting the ball. That's bat, and bat. Bow and bow. You can string your violin with it. You can strum your violin with a bow. You can put a bow on your collar and go out with your bow tie. Two different words, okay? But level is definitely horizontal, and it's straight line in a horizontal plane. You can't turn it into a circle or a ball, because that would become a paradox. You wouldn't be able to build anything.
So Mike, are you saying that the proposition level is horizontal is true in virtue of its meaning or not?
It's both. It's both analytical and synthetic.
Oh wow! But synthetic means not analytic, so it's both analytic and not analytic.
No, synthetic just means that you can prove it experimentally. It doesn't, not analytic means not analytic. Synthetic means that you can prove it by virtue of proving it in reality. Analytical means it's just a tautology.
Correct. So I thought we began this discussion by you agreeing that level is horizontal. That proposition is analytically true. We're now saying it's not analytically true.
No, it's both analytically true. It depends on how you look at it, Beddy. It can be both analytically true and synthetically true.
No, it can't.
Level is horizontal, but can be considered an analytical proposition and a tautology.
No,
right?
A synthetic proposition is by definition one that is not analytic. So you can't have a proposition.
No.
Synthetic.
No. You can have something that's a tautology that can also be proven in reality, Beddy. You know that.
No, because
yes.
Well, I was taught.
Yes.
And I was taught that an analytic statement is one that's true in virtue of its meaning alone. So once you understand the meaning of the two terms.
But they can also be proven synthetically.
You don't need to establish it experimentally.
But you can. But you can establish it experimentally. In many cases, you can establish it experimentally.
Okay, yeah. So I've got a sample of bachelors. I go around, so right here are 5 bachelors.
No, we're not going to use bachelors. Some we can do it, some you can, and some you can't.
I'll start again.
Oh,
5
this
bachelors.
Is hilarious.
I'll check them all. Yep, they're all unmarried. Well, so I've experimentally verified that all bachelors are unmarried.
Yeah, you can indeed find out if a dude is married or not in real life. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can find out if somebody is married or unmarried. You can go up and ask them. You can ask to see if they've got a marriage certificate. And, at a certain point, you're going to come to the conclusion that they're not married.
So right. So the proposition, bachelor is an unmarried man, has to be verified experimentally.
No, it doesn't. It can be, a tautology is a tautology, and a tautology in many cases, some tautologies can be proven in reality, like level is horizontal. The phrase level is horizontal can be considered a synthetic proposition. It asserts a connection between the concept of level and the concept of horizontal. The statement can require empirical observation or additional information to establish the relationship between the concepts. It's not merely a matter of logical analysis or definitions. Therefore, synthetic proposition. But then, level refers to a horizontal plane or surface without any significant slope or tilt. If something described as level implies that it's not sloped or inclined, then level can indeed be established above any type of surface, whether it's a solid object, the ground, or any other reference point. A level horizontal plane can be defined and maintained irrespective of the underlying surface. Correct? If so, the phrase level is horizontal can be considered an analytical proposition in tautology. It's expressed as a logical relationship between the terms level and horizontal and is true by definition.
So it's
both.
True by definition.
True by definition and demonstrable in reality. Why? Because it doesn't slope. And you can prove it doesn't slope.
Yeah, I'm sort of losing here, Mike. So you did say it was analytic and synthetic, correct?
He did say he's losing there. Again, maybe another concession. I know, noticing people aren't really liking this. This is a proper discussion, people. Thanks for sticking with us.
It is a tautology that can be proven in reality.
Okay. And how about our friend the equipotential surface and the proposition that all verticals are parallel? It seems to follow from your definition that
our friend, the horizontal surface, has perpendiculars to it. Those perpendiculars are called verticals.
Right.
We can take a square, as Bev said, you can take a square and you can orient it vertically. When you orient a square vertically, let's say a picture on your wall. When you hang a picture on your wall, that's a rectilinear shape. The rectilinear shape is the wrong word. That is rectilinear. The sides and the top and bottom are parallel to each other. Top and bottom parallel to each other, sides parallel to each other. The two sides are vertical, the top and bottom are horizontal. We can orient that in reality, and that will indeed be a rectilinear shape oriented vertically, or establishing a vertical plane in reality.
Right.
That vertical plane will be perpendicular to a horizontal plane in reality.
So it follows entirely from what you're saying, Mike, as I said, that all verticals are parallel, correct?
Vertical planes do indeed exist and can be established in reality.
Let's talk about a vertical line perpendicular to a horizontal plane, right?
Correct. Now let's make a vertical plane so that we can have a vertical plane perpendicular to the horizontal plane.
Okay, why do we need to do that? Isn't it easier to consider?
Because you want to establish the two sides of the vertical plane are perpendicular to the horizontal plane and therefore parallel to each other.
Well, it would seem to follow from what you're saying that all vertical lines and all vertical planes are parallel to one another, all of them.
That's a great question.
Anywhere
you go on the Earth, you will be able to establish a vertical plane, and those vertical planes will have vertical lines in them that are perpendicular to horizontal.
Yes, but they are parallel. Let's say a vertical line or a vertical plane in London and a vertical line or plane in Cape Town. It follows from what you're saying, directly from what you're saying, that those are parallel to each other, correct? Or not?
Now, are we extending them indefinitely?
No, I'm just asking.
You're not extending them indefinitely.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're parallel.
Well, it does from the standpoint of if they're terminated lines, one could be above the other, or the other could be below the first.
We're not really getting to the bottom of this question of whether all verticals, any two verticals,
parallel to each other.
Now you definitely interrupted me there. I'll start again. You seem to be avoiding the question.
Not avoiding it. Trying to get you there.
I'll start again.
I'm going to try to get you there logically. I'm actually trying to help you. I'm trying to help you.
Thank you for helping me, but we haven't got to the bottom of the question. Are those two vertical lines or planes, one in London, one in Cape Town, are they parallel to one another?
Are they both perpendicular to horizontal?
Are they parallel to one another?
If they're both perpendicular to horizontal, they're definitely parallel to each other.
So they are parallel to each other, correct?
Verticals are definitely perpendicular to horizontal. Vertical planes, vertical planes definitely exist. Do vertical planes? Yes. Do vertical planes exist in reality?
Yeah.
Can you establish a vertical plane in reality, Betty?
You don't need to establish those. A plane is a set of points.
No, but can you establish a horizontal plane in reality, Betty? Yeah. Do you believe that? Yes.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
A vertical plane would be perpendicular to that horizontal plane. Do you agree that that vertical plane can be established in reality? Yes. Do you agree that all of the perpendicular... Stop, you're interrupting me. Do you agree that all of the perpendiculars to that horizontal plane will be called verticals?
All perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel to one another, from which it logically and geometrically follows that the plane in Cape Town...
No, let's just do a plane. Why do you all of a sudden have to go someplace where you're not? Just stay right here with me. We have a plane in front of us, a horizontal plane. I don't care if the fucking plane is in India. We can go to India together and look at a plane in India.
Why not? Because
we're going to be together here. There's a horizontal plane in front of you. You're standing on a horizontal plane.
The rationality of the belief that the Earth is spherical, with that belief, with the belief that all verticals are parallel. You are not
all verticals.
You are avoiding the question. You are avoiding the question of whether
you're avoiding if verticals are perpendicular to horizontal. Can you have a vertical plane perpendicular to a horizontal plane? Yes or no?
Yes. Yeah. Sure.
Excellent. Does that mean that there are more than one vertical line perpendicular to that horizontal plane?
Vertical lines we're talking about.
No, the vertical plane is comprised of vertical lines.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Excellent. So you've just proven to yourself that vertical lines in a vertical plane are perpendicular to a horizontal plane and thus parallel to each other.
Correct.
Thank you.
So
we're done.
Immediately follows if level is horizontal, and if the
then those verticals are indeed parallel to each other in that vertical plane that is perpendicular to that horizontal plane that we both agreed to. If you'd like to go out and test every single vertical in the world, I wish you well, but we have proven it in reality. We have agreed to it, that it can be established. It's the basis of all construction. It is literally irrefutable in architecture and construction. There is nobody over at Little Blue Ops that is going to be able to produce a three-dimensional CAD drawing of LIGO. They know it's impossible. They can't do it. This is the most hilarious thing. This is something to go back to your buddies with, because they say LIGO is two straight arms, horizontal. They will not be able to produce a ball and produce, Effie Dogma tried this and he failed miserably, and produce two buildings that exist in reality, both of which are 2.5 kilometers long, that are perfectly horizontal. They have to be perfectly horizontal and are capable of existing on a ball, being built on a ball. Can't be done.
And that, all that you have just said is the belief in all of that, right?
All the verticals that extend.
Sorry, I said right.
Yeah. So all the verticals that extend from LIGO. I'm finishing. You said right, and I'm agreeing. That all the verticals that extend from the horizontal lines formed by LIGO will be perpendicular to LIGO and will be parallel to each other. every single vertical that extends from those two horizontal lines, two horizontal arms, 2.5 kilometers long at perpendicular to each other, every vertical that is established from those horizontal arms will be parallel to each other. And they will all be called vertical.
And what you have just said is perfectly consistent. The belief in all that you have just said is perfectly consistent with the belief that the Earth is spherical in shape, or approximately spherical in shape. Is that correct or not? That's a third time of asking.
The belief is inconsistent with the ground underneath LIGO curving away at some sort of preposterous rate, and that all of a sudden magically LIGO is established, physically established on top of a ball.
Yeah, so
it can't be done. No one can model it. I will pay money if someone actually successfully models this in CAD with a ball and the two LIGOs above it that matches the elevation profiles that have been given by LIGO.
Mike,
you don't understand. You don't understand what I'm asking?
Can I get a word in edgeways? So I think we're sort of finished here. We're finished here because we've sort of agreed. We have agreed that the belief that level is horizontal.
It's not a belief, it's a fact.
Is inconsistent with the belief that the Earth is spherical in shape, i.e. it cannot both be true that level is horizontal and that the Earth is spherical in shape. That was all I wanted to establish, that those two propositions are not consistent with each other. They cannot both be true. Therefore,
and you've decided...
No, let me finish.
Wow, it's okay, Beddy. No, sorry. I know, but it seems that what's happened here is Emma's tapped out like at the beginning of the first bit. So, as stated, is it rational to believe that level is horizontal? That was agreed upon, and it was also agreed upon that rationality could go over to the globe. It seems what you just did, I know it got very technical, but you swapped it around. You said, we're going to start off with the globe and then say, is it rational to believe that level is horizontal if your starting model is spherical globe? Well, you didn't sphericalize the first globe. It started different.
Can I just finish what I said?
Okay, go on.
Clear it up. We are in agreement here that it is not rational to believe that level is horizontal, and believe at the same time that the Earth is spherical in shape. It is irrational. Correct?
Okay. But we started off with it being rational to believe that level is horizontal, right? Because what I don't want is for people to go away from this to be thinking that it's not rational to believe that level is horizontal. Because that would be really bad, wouldn't it? Because you agreed to it at the first point.
That was not the purpose. I wanted to come to an agreement as to whether it is rational to believe both that level is horizontal and the conjunction the Earth is spherical in shape.
Oh, spherical. See, that's where it doesn't actually say the spherical. That's what you injected, the spherical.
It is not rational. It is irrational to believe that the Earth is a globe and that level is horizontal.
Well, no. See, this is where I think you're going to be not helping people. It is rational to believe that level is horizontal, and it is rational to believe that that occurs on the globe that you imagine you live on. Right? What isn't rational is to tell people that it's not rational to believe that level is horizontal. That is not rational, in my opinion.
I said it was irrational to believe both. That is all. It is irrational to believe that the Earth is a globe, i.e. spherical in shape or approximately spherical. I've said this about the fifth time, and to believe that level is horizontal.
I would agree with that, yes. It is irrational.
Yes. So if you believe that level is horizontal and you're a rational being, you'll disbelieve that the Earth is spherical in shape, correct?
But what if you could prove that level is horizontal?
If you can prove that level is horizontal,
yes,
then you can prove that the Earth is not a globe or is not spherical in shape.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all I wanted to get to. Okay. And if you can prove that, but contrary-wise, if you can prove that the Earth is a globe, then you have proved that level is not horizontal.
But for those people that have level being horizontal and they live on the globe, like in reality, those people like me, that have a reality globe and level is horizontal, are you saying that I'm irrational? Because I don't consider myself as being irrational.
No, did I say you were irrational? I just said that it was irrational to believe both of those propositions could be both true at the same time.
Yeah, that's why I don't sphericalize my reality. I don't see a need to.
Yeah, I don't. There's probably no point continuing because we are totally agreed on this, and with Mike, I hope that those two propositions, that level is horizontal, and that the Earth is a globe, i.e., spherical in shape, those propositions can't both be true. One of them has to be true. If one is true, the other is false, and if the other is true, the one is false. That's all. That's all I wanted to talk about.
That's great, isn't it?
Yeah, we are agreed.
Wow. Everyone happy with that? That's one of the great statements yet so far. It's irrational to believe both. So, take your pick. Take your pick.
A difficult discussion. Maybe
again, agreement. I know I don't know why it gets so heated, to be honest.
Well, I don't like being interrupted. I agree there was a time lapse, but it seemed we were a long time getting there. But yeah, so let's just to round it off. We are all agreed here that it would be irrational to believe the first proposition that level is horizontal. The third, and the proposition that the Earth is spherical in shape, that would be irrational. You've got to accept one or the other. There's also the question, which I think Mike avoided, whether all vertical lines are parallel. Again, it would be irrational to believe that the Earth is spherical in shape, with verticals coming off its sort of surface, and to also believe that all those verticals are parallel to one another. That would be irrational too, I think.
It would be irrational to believe in vertical planes, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure what vertical planes. The problem is that vertical planes aren't all parallel to one another because you can just sort of shift them around. So,
but I'm just saying a square plane erected vertically.
A square plane? What's that? What's a square plane?
A plane in a rectilinear shape. A rectilinear plane erected vertically. Okay. Establish a rectilinear plane and orient it vertically.
Okay. But I think we've got, in terms of belief, if you ask most people, I've sort of done this, they think I'm a bit crazy because they think the Earth is obviously spherical or approximately spherical. Because they've seen...
Do you hear that? Tell me what Beddy says.
We've got, in terms of belief, if you ask most people, I've sort of done this, they think I'm a bit crazy because they think the Earth is obviously spherical or approximately spherical.
They think he's crazy because they think the Earth is approximately spherical. Do you want to hear it again? This is Beddy over there at Blue Ops. Listen to what Beddy says.
We've got, in terms of belief, if you ask most people, I've sort of done this, they think I'm a bit crazy because they think the Earth is obviously spherical or approximately spherical. Because they've seen a picture of the globe on telly, on YouTube.
They think he's crazy because they think the Earth's spherical. They think he's crazy. What do they think he is? Beddy. Listen to it again, once more.
If you ask most people, I've sort of done this, they think I'm a bit crazy because they think the Earth is obviously spherical or approximately spherical. Because they've seen a picture of the globe on telly, on YouTube, the BBC News, it's got a picture of a sphere that represents the Earth. They'll think it's crazy even to question that. They'll think it's absolutely crazy.
They'll think it's crazy to question that. They think Beddy's crazy too. Is Beddy questioning it?
I have a separate celestial navigation group, which is about 1,000 people who've sailed around the world, and I sometimes talk about, you know, the belief in level is horizontal, or the disbelief that the Earth is a globe, and they refuse. They say it's just crazy. That is a crazy.
Do you think they're Do you want to hear that again, as well? He talks to a group of 1,000 people about the belief that level is horizontal. Listen.
They will think it's absolutely crazy. I have a separate celestial navigation group, which is about 1,000 people who've sailed around the world, and I sometimes talk about, you know, the belief in level is horizontal, or the disbelief that the Earth is a globe, and they refuse. They say it's just crazy. That is a.
Do you
crazy
think they're
belief.
the same? He equates the same thing. He equates level being horizontal and a disbelief in the globe. So if you go with the dictionary definitions, well, the implications are to Beddy. People think you're crazy. You have a belief that the dictionary's telling you the truth. I mean, they best start changing the dictionary definitions to the scientific one, because people are going to think that other people are crazy just by the fact that they go along with the definitions in dictionaries. Imagine the conspiracy that's going on here. Thing, because I'm not aware of most people out there in reality that would say that a belief that level is horizontal is a disbelief of your particular dogmatic globe model. I don't think that occurs.
But most of them I've asked, they just think level and horizontal mean the same thing. So
yeah, that's exactly.
It's analytically true, but they will also say, well, that's true because obviously a level surface is a horizontal surface, same thing. But then you say, well, does that mean the Earth is not spherical in shape? They say, well, no. The Earth is obviously a sphere.
Yeah.
They will say. That's what they believe.
Yeah. So he's just said there that everybody that he talks to has a belief that level's horizontal, they're the same thing, and that they live on a globe. Right? There's no difference between the two. No difference between the two. Everybody. Right? Now, does Beddy start saying to them, that's irrational? Or does he bother telling them you can't have both of those beliefs at the same? It's either one or the other. You can't have both of them. That's what I say. I say everybody, right, is like this. Everybody has level being horizontal. They think they're the same thing. They know that they're the same thing. But they also know that their idea of globe is reality. Why have a conflict? Why generate a conflict? Seems like that's what Beddy and Blue Marble scientists want to do. They want to have a conflict there. They want to go, well, it's globe. Yeah, I mean, definitely globe. I mean, we live in reality. That's a globe. But we can't have level being horizontal. We're not allowed it. Because the dogmatic globe states we can't have it. Well, they're not aware of that. People in reality, they're not aware that the dogmatic globe says you're not allowed to have level being horizontal. Beddy's going to make everybody know, though. We are. We'll hopefully let more people know this. Because you don't want people walking around saying you're crazy for listening to dictionaries, right? We do a campaign, I think. Yeah.
You found people that don't want to talk about the shape of the Earth. I get it. Totally makes sense.
Well, because they think it's crazy to think otherwise.
Because you think it's irrational, right? It's like you've irrational? Well, level being horizontal, according to you, and the globe, the dogmatic globe, they're incompatible. They're contradictory. It's irrational to believe both of them in your mind, but everybody else just goes around thinking that they're not being irrational when they say level is horizontal. Even the dictionaries.
People believe both for the reasons I've said. They think level and horizontal, those terms mean the same thing, and they believe the Earth is spherical in shape. Pretty much.
It's close.
Mike asked me, does your wife believe that level is not horizontal? And I asked her, and she said, well, level and horizontal mean the same thing, so yes. And the Earth is obviously spherical.
It's close. Obviously.
Anyone I know outside this particular circle here will tell you that the Earth is spherical in shape, or approximately so. If they're a bit more sophisticated, they'll say, well, it's an oblate spheroid or something like that. But you know, they've heard it said, or the scientists say that the Earth is a globe, and they believe that.
If they're a bit more sophisticated, what do they say about level and horizontal?
Well, they'll say, well, actually, level. Forget the Oxford Dictionary definition. They will say that. Fact. It's a fact. They will say that. And
who's he talking about here? This is Mike says, if they were a bit more sophisticated, what would they say about level versus horizontal?
Well, they'll say, well, actually, level. Forget the Oxford Dictionary definition. They will say that. Fact. It's a fact. They will say that. And they will point to the definition of equipotential surface and give you a load of scientific stuff. And
so they say, don't go with the Oxford Dictionary because that says it's a horizontal line or plane. Don't go with that. These sophisticated people that Beddy's talking about.
And they say, well, a level surface must be one that follows the direction of gravity. And they'll also, of course, say that the direction of gravity is not the same at any two different points.
Did he say that? Do you want to check that again?
Say that. Fact. It's a fact. They will say that. And they will point to the definition of equipotential surface and give you a load of scientific stuff. And they say, well, a level surface must be one that follows the direction of gravity.
A level surface must be one that follows the direction of gravity. Vertical. A level surface must follow vertical. These sophisticated people that Beddy's been talking to, the ones that say, don't follow the dictionary definition. They say it must follow vertical. It's just done a 90-degree shift on itself. These are the people that are sophisticated. Blue marble scientists, I think.
Equipotential surface and give you a load of scientific stuff. And they say, well, a level surface must be one that follows the direction of gravity.
Must be.
And they'll also, of course, say that the direction of gravity is not the same at any two different points. And they'll say all that.
Direction of gravity is not the same at two different points. Whilst level follows that surface. Very sophisticated people. So taking you back to mathematics and the X and Y from, on the school board, vertical plane, you've got Y and you've got X, and those axes are perpendicular to each other.
Yeah, I guess so.
So you could call one of them horizontal and the other one vertical, like most people are taught. And the formulation of those squares are within the grid formula, right?
So are you saying if people had studied enough geometry, they would have come to the conclusion that the Earth is not a globe?
Well, I would say that, is it rational to believe that that horizontal and vertical perpendicularity that you taught through school doesn't apply to reality? I mean, is that rational?
Well, it does apply to reality, but the question is, does it apply to the shape of the Earth? That's a separate question.
I don't know who would ask that question.
Well, whatever. Look, I'm not taking sides here. I'm just talking about what people believe from what I've read in. They've done surveys of what people believe about the shape of the Earth. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Yeah, people's belief. That's what we're dealing with here now, isn't it?
We're
Belief
talking
and
about people's
rationality.
belief,
Yeah.
And most people believe. But I know of no one. I do discuss with sort of friends and acquaintances.
You do.
Beliefs.
You're writing a book. I hope so.
I'm writing a book, yeah, about perception, how we perceive the world. And that is connected with, I may mention some of this in the book.
Yeah, I would do. I mean, this is riveting, isn't it? This is what we've been doing all the time. Trying to work out what's going on in people's minds. Like, why is it that people can hold contradictions without knowing it? And what that does to a mind when that occurs. The acceptance of a contradiction. But according to you, it's a contradiction to believe that level is horizontal and that the Earth is a dogmatic globe with a shape.
Dogmatic globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand that, but let's not go there.
Let's not go there. Again, Beddy's got a book. Not to say that, you know, like we don't want to be in books and all of that sort of stuff, but it's just that we have heard a lot about books and videos and documentaries and shit. It never actually happened. So it'd be nice to see if Beddy actually can get this book out. That, you know, there are people that don't just bullshit about doing stuff. Well, because everything that you know about it is dogmatic, right? That's why we call it the dogmatic globe. You don't actually have any proof. And the dogmatic globe is the one that's telling you that it's not rational to believe that level is horizontal. Depends on which side of the thing you are. Is it rational to believe that level's horizontal? Yep.
Is it rational to believe that all verticals are parallel?
Yeah. I bet if you went out there and asked 99% of the people, they'd say, yeah, of course not. Of course not.
All verticals are parallel.
Yeah. Why do you think it's not rational to believe that all verticals are parallel?
But then how can they hold that thought in their minds with the thought that that a parallel, they're looking at a model of the globe.
Well, I don't think that they do. They don't relate it to reality, do they?
Don't interrupt.
Oh. So we've got a guy in the chat as well. Yeah, this has got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Absolutely nothing. Other than what people bring in, Canadian bacon. What people like you bring in, like people like Beddy. You bring in a model, and that model confuses you. It confuses other people. Beddy's about to explain why he gets confused about simple geometric facts, why he's built himself up into a contradiction. There's no need to. This model affliction people have gets you into trouble. It puts you into a contradictory state. You can't get out of it. Don't do it. Live in reality. Don't contradict yourself. Don't put yourself in a contradictory position. It's terrible. And especially, Canadian bacon, don't come round here pretending that we are talking about something that you can't get out of your head. You're the one that's triggered, not us. You came here. We're not talking about Earth shape. Listen to how Beddy is and the state Beddy's in right now. That's because he's model afflicted.
Let me finish. They are looking at a globe model. They're looking at London, and they're looking at Cape Town, which is right underneath the globe. And they're seeing that a vertical would sort of stick out like a stick stuck into an orange at Cape Town. And
listen to that. Listen to him, Bacon. Listen to what happens. Guy's talking about vertical, and he's sticking sticks in oranges.
And interrupt.
After getting
Let
annoyed.
me finish. They are looking at a globe model. They're looking at London, and they're looking at Cape Town, which is right underneath the globe. And they're seeing that a vertical would sort of stick out like a stick stuck into an orange at Cape Town. And
the guy's looking at a globe and sticking sticks into oranges to explain vertical. I mean, come on. Just get a plumb bob, a perpendicle, and go, that's vertical. Don't stick sticks in oranges.
Same for London. They're then seeing, right, if the Earth is a globe, those two sticks can't be parallel, can they? They're pointing in different directions. Agree?
What, pins in a ball?
Yeah. We have a rational person looking at a globe. In this case, I mean a desktop globe.
Yep.
That people used to have, and they're looking at Cape Town and they're looking at London. And they're sticking a little pin in, so it's perpendicular to the surface of the globe at Cape.
Right, he's just said that sticking a pin in a ball, and it's perpendicular. Right, I don't know whether you can see on the screen. There's an X and a Y. Pay that in mind. He says putting a pin in a ball is perpendicular. Because what occurs is because of him putting sticks in oranges, pins in balls.
Cape Town and perpendicular to the surface of the globe at London.
It's not though, is it? Because you're talking about a ball whenever you're talking about a globe, right? And it's not perpendicular. Putting a pin in a ball isn't doing geometry, and it isn't an accurate depiction of perpendicularity.
My point is,
it would be irrational, Beddy, for you to say that's perpendicular. Don't make a point.
My point is, when I finish,
you don't know geometry.
My point is, it would be irrational to believe that the Earth is shaped like that globe model you got on your desk, and that all vertical, i.e. all the pins stuck in it, are parallel, because they're not. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. It would be irrational.
Have you? Can you see in the live chat? I did put a thing. Is that what you imagine the X and Y graph that was taught in schools to be more commonly?
Well, I think this is irrelevant. The XY graphs are irrelevant because by definition those are, the X is perpendicular to the Y, correct? If it's a three-dimensional.
Do you think that's perpendicular? That Y? Do you think that Y is perpendicular to the X circle?
No, I can't see this diagram, Bev. So.
Okay, it's in the live chat. Or just look on the YouTube. Don't forget, he has just been sticking pins in balls and saying perpendicular.
Yeah.
Listen to this off. Yeah, is that what you call perpendicular? Because that doesn't fit the definition of perpendicular or at right angles.
I'm going into here. I need to turn off the volume.
I think Blue Marble's going to tell you it is. He's in the YouTube chat.
Where is the chat? I can't see.
It's
I see.
Live chat.
Oh, sorry. I was looking on the YouTube. My mistake. Well, I can't see anything here.
It's got an X and a Y. Looks like a lollipop. Upside down. Because I like to have definitions and clarity, especially when dealing with geometry. It's sort of my thing. And I know you're keen on your definitions too. You wouldn't like to be making mistakes. That's not a perpendicular though, Blue. X is not perpendicular to Y.
This is something that Blue is saying in the live chat.
No, you've just said it. You put pins in a ball and you called it perpendicular. No, I asked you for a bit more clarity on your understanding of perpendicular.
Right.
So is that what you would call perpendicular? Can you see it in the chat?
No, I can't see it. I told you I can't see it. So
it's what Blue Marble would call a normal.
Yeah, a normal. That's right.
But a normal needs 2 lines, doesn't it? To be as perpendicular. You just remove one of the lines, don't you?
No idea what you're talking about, Bev. Sorry.
Okay, well, you should really be looking in the chat. Do you want me to send it to you as a message so you can see it?
Do you mean the YouTube chat? What do you mean? What chat do you mean?
Live chat in Discord. It's titled Live Chat.
Yeah, I went there. I couldn't see. Oh, I see. Sorry, I was. Oh, God.
Boom is a
pincushion. The lollipop perpendicular.
There you go. There you go. Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you imagine
right,
that
you don't
is
that...
perpendicular to X?
Right. So you don't recognise that normals exist, correct?
I'm asking you, Ben. This is going to be coming around a lot. This particular argument, a normal is just another word for perpendicular, and as everybody knows, perpendicular needs 2 straight lines. It's a relationship of the 2 straight lines to one another. It's the same with a normal. You need 2 straight lines for it to be. And Beddy said perpendicular, not normal. Although normal's the same thing, there's no difference. But Beddy at the beginning said perpendicular. It's changed it now to normal. That's a typical sophist trick. Just changing the word means exactly the same thing. It can confuse a lot of people, specifically around the geometry area. But all Beddy's doing is showing his ignorance of actual geometry, what normal means. So, we'll carry on with this. Beddy, do you think that Y is perpendicular to X in that picture, please? Just simply.
It is perpendicular to the tangent.
Which isn't in the picture, right?
Circle. The tangent isn't in the picture, no.
Okay. But it is a straight line, isn't it? The perpendicular.
Tangents. Yes, they're straight, yeah.
Okay. So Y isn't perpendicular to X.
No, Y can't be perpendicular to a point. It can only be perpendicular to a tangent. We know all this, right?
Of course we do.
Maths.
That's why I'm saying
we
don't want to trick anybody into thinking that that is perpendicular, because there's a line that's missing that is the perpendicular to Y. It's not on the thing. X is not perpendicular to Y. The traditional X and Y graph that you remember from school, that's what perpendicular is.
Still haven't grasped Proposition 16 in Book 3, it seems. Don't worry, guys. You'll crack it one of these years.
Fair enough. Do you want to take that on?
Well, we've sort of drifting a bit.
Do you want to take it on, Betty? There's another one for you, Blue.
Elements.
Let's go.
I really only wanted to stay half an hour here. Here I am. Book 3.
Yep.
Proposition 16. Yep.
Yep.
The straight line drawn at right angles to the diameter of a circle from its end will fall outside the circle. Is that the one?
Yeah, it has to be outside of the circle, doesn't it? And no other straight line can be drawn other than one to cut the circle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, if you remember, I did the presentation on Thomas Aquinas. He actually mentions that that very proposition.
Perpendicular, isn't it? Any straight line placed on a ball at any point will be perpendicular to the radius at the point it touches.
Or the diameter, yeah, correct. So we're all in agreement here.
But that's not what that picture shows. It just shows the y. It doesn't show the perpendicular to it, does it?
Yeah, but you could... yeah, I'm not sure what you're getting at, Bev, here.
I'm saying it's very deceiving to let people think that that y is perpendicular, because its perpendicular isn't on the page. It's like an imagined perpendicular, isn't it?
But what's that got to do with anything? We know that
imagining
a
things
tangent exists. We know that a tangent exists, and therefore we know that what the point to which it is tangent will have a line perpendicular to it, which is y. So that's fine. All you've done is you've missed out the tangent bit. That's all.
Yeah. But so would you? So remember when Beddy originally stuck a pin in a ball and called it perpendicular, there is no perpendicular there. He's just imagined it. Just imagined sticking a pin in a ball with a perpendicular that isn't there. He's imagining things and then saying it that they're there, using the words but imagining stuff, sort of like imaginometry. Because if it's not there, you can imagine it however you want. That's the basis of imaginometry. Beddy Blue does it as well. Every time people stick pins in balls and say perpendicular or normal, they're performing imaginometry because they're not thinking about what they're doing. It's not how you do geometry. You curve the x axis and then just place, or would you place where that perpendicular is? Would you call that x?
No, I'm not. I really no idea what you're talking about.
We're talking about the axis of a graph and the perpendicularity of the axis of the x, y, and z Cartesian coordinate
system. That is
system.
not a graph. That is a circle to which you've drawn a normal. And the normal, by definition, is the line that is perpendicular.
Just stuck a pin in. That's all that is. It's just a representation of somebody sticking a pin in a ball.
Yeah.
And then calling it a perpendicular.
I'm not sure we've got a show that would work very well because most of it was shouting, to be honest. Some of it my shouting, I admit.
Yeah. So I think you did all of the shouting, didn't you? All of it.
Actually, I did. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Mike did all the interrupting though.
Okay.
So it all evens out in the long run. Okay, I'll bid you guys goodbye. Thank you very much for having me.
Okay. Mike didn't do all of the interrupting either. Don't know who's here. If anybody's still here to talk, there's going to be a song coming up soon. Did Beddy achieve his goal? Or did we point out that the reality that we live in has got to be globe, right? Everybody lives in globe. Just not the dogmatic globe. The dogmatic globe gets you into trouble. Tells you that contradictions, you have to accept contradictions. Or you have to deny obvious reality facts like level is horizontal. All the dictionaries say it, but if you have accepted the dogmatic globe, then you can't accept the dictionary definitions of level. It's just not allowed. They're not part of the rule book that you've accepted. And that's what Beddy's main thing was. And his other main thing was to point out about level is horizontal being definitional. Well, as you heard, Mike obviously let him know that analytic, synthetic, it's provable because it can be demonstrable. You can see that level does not slope. You can see that horizontal also has no slope. And what else? He was trying to teach us some logic. Well, I guess that's a bit hard because I'm not too sure if Beddy has ever presented any logic at all. He's never done an argument, and he's just seemed to be ultra sophist. Things got a little bit heated. Things got talking about. Beddy did do shouting. He get really annoyed. But that may just be the way people are. Me personally, I don't think Beddy's a logician. And I think he's going to be safer staying over there in Blue Ops. Sorry, Beddy, but I'm not too sure whether you're going to get any more. Tell you what, it'd be good if, Beddy, if you could come up with an argument in favour of the globe model, and then we'll meet. I've got a few arguments. We can do a debate. Just reality. Let's base these arguments within reality and put them in favour of your globe model, the dogmatic globe. I'll put some stuff together and we can prove the dogmatic globe together if you want. We'll teach you some dogmatic globe geometry. Show you how we're going to prove the dogmatic globe. Or just come up with any other argument. However you want to do it. Let's get it on. Anybody got any other bits to say? Because I think we're going to be finishing off with the You Don't Understand from Buster coming up here now. Okay. Thanks for watching. This is hopefully going to be starting off new conversations for us. Obviously, this arena that we're in, the people are too model afflicted to be able to see rationality because they're too conflicted. Their model gets them in the way. Doesn't allow them to think clearly. Have to deny dictionary definitions for the sake of a dogmatic model. Okay.
And we have come to a sort of agreement, haven't we?
That it's not rational to believe your dogmatic model and level is horizontal.
It's not mine. It is people's model. It's not rational to believe that level is horizontal in your sense.
It changes. The model changes though. Everybody's got a different one. Wally and whatever have a completely different one from you.
Well, I don't
you
know.
Disagree
I don't know whether they do. I have no idea.
Yeah, they do. They believe two people can be below each other simultaneously.
I think we're sort of agreed that if you believe that the Earth is spherical in shape, it is inconsistent to believe that and to believe that all verticals are parallel. Clearly inconsistent. Clearly. I shall leave it there. So, farewell, guys.
Okay, thank you very much. After party, anybody wants to come in and discuss? Or again, I think we got a better discussion done.
You've got a good soundbite in there, by the way.
I think so.
Yeah, there's a really good one. It's better than the spaghetti science one. You got basically the spaghetti science quote without having to like chop it up.
Yes, we did.
And today we are discussing, is it rational to believe that level is horizontal and believe that the Earth is a globe? So, good morning, welcome. Today we have, discussing this topic, we have Bebby. He is a PhD, he has a PhD and a qualification in theology. He used to be a teacher. He is a published writer and is on his third book, which tackles rationality and so forth.
I'm thinking we can leave it here because we have a definition of level as meaning. It's very meaning is a level plane, a level surface is a horizontal surface. So it's entirely rational. In fact, it would be irrational to disbelieve that level was horizontal under that definition. We have the proposition the Earth is a globe, which you said means global. The Earth is global. The Earth is the Earth, which is also under that meaning rational to believe it's analytically true under that definition. So we're all agreed. I can go, yeah? There is something intermediate between the Earth as a globe and level as horizontal. And that's the question of whether all verticals are parallel. The question is, are all verticals parallel? Is that implied by the proposition all level surfaces are horizontal surfaces? In fact, simplified, is it rational to believe that the Earth is a globe, i.e. spherical, and believe that all verticals are parallel? Yeah, our house, we recently had some plans produced, but they in no way match the actual shape of the house because it's 200 years old. And there are no level and no perpendicular sort of parts of our house at all.
You don't understand.
All verticals are parallel.
You don't understand.
All verticals are parallel.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
There's also a connection between the common belief that the Earth is a globe, i.e. the Earth is a sphere, and the belief about verticals, because if you look, anyone who looks at a globe, i.e. something that represents the spherical shape of the Earth, must surely be recognizing that a vertical in one place cannot be parallel to a vertical in another place. So, excuse me, question is it rational to believe the first two propositions we talked about, level is horizontal and the Earth is spherical, and also believe that all verticals are parallel? All perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel to one another, from which it logically and geometrically follows that the plane all verticals are parallel.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
I said it was irrational to believe both. That is all. It is irrational to believe that the Earth is a globe, i.e. spherical in shape or approximately spherical. I've said this about the fifth time. And to believe that level is horizontal.
I would agree with that, yes. It is irrational.
So if you believe that level is horizontal and you're a rational being, you'll disbelieve that the Earth is spherical in shape, correct?
What if you could prove that level is horizontal?
If you can prove that level is horizontal,
yes,
then you can prove that the Earth is not a globe, or is not spherical in shape.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to get to. And if you can prove that the Earth, contrary-wise, you can prove that the Earth is a globe, you can prove that level is not horizontal.
You don't understand.
From which it logically and geometrically follows
You don't understand.
all verticals are parallel.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
That the Earth is spherical in shape. I.e. it cannot both be true that level is horizontal and that the Earth is spherical in shape. That was all I wanted to establish, that those two propositions are not consistent with each other. They cannot both be true.
No worries.
They cannot both be true.
You're just on your own. No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
They cannot both be true.
You're just on your own.
Yeah, so
It can't be done. No one can model it. I will pay money if someone actually successfully models this in CAD with a ball and the two logos above it that matches the elevation profiles that have been given by Logos.
But for those people that have level being horizontal and they live on the globe, like in reality, those people like me, that have a reality globe and level is horizontal, are you saying that I'm irrational? Because I don't consider myself as being irrational.
no, did I say you were irrational? I just said that it was irrational to believe both of those propositions could be both true at the same time.
Yeah, that's
That's
why
all.
I don't sphericalize my reality. I don't see a need to.
Yeah, there's probably no point continuing because we are totally agreed on this. And with Mike, I hope that those two propositions, that level is horizontal and that the Earth is a globe, i.e. spherical in shape, those propositions can't both be true. One of them has to be true. If one is true, the other is false. And if the other is true, the one is false. That's all. That's all I wanted to talk about.
That's great, isn't it?
Yeah, we are agreed. Equipotential means vertical everywhere.
Yes.
And you then have the question of whether all such verticals are parallel to one another or not. That's the question. And then you have to reconcile that to the proposition the Earth is a globe.
Are all the perpendiculars to a horizontal line? Are they parallel?
All perpendiculars to a horizontal line, i.e. a horizontal plane surface, yes, are parallel. The question is
are all of the right angles to an equipotential surface, are they all parallel?
Well, that's the question. That is precisely the question.
You don't understand.
Of whether equipotential surface means.
You don't understand.
Of whether equipotential surface means horizontal.
It's not my problem.
Why, you've got
if
it.
you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Of whether equipotential surface means horizontal surface. Why, you've got it. Let's tidy that up. Equipotential surface is one where every perpendicular to that surface at that point is a vertical, right? That does not necessarily imply that all verticals are parallel, does it? But, let me finish here. If you believe that the Earth is a globe, you have a conception of vertical at any point on that globe, that sphere, then you cannot believe that all verticals are parallel. Anyone who believes that the Earth is a globe, a sphere, must believe that no verticals are parallel at all. No verticals are parallel at all.
You don't understand.
No verticals are parallel at all.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Dogmatically. Yeah, I don't understand that, but let's not go there.
Well, because everything that you know about it is dogmatic, right? That's why we call it the dogmatic globe. You don't actually have any proof. And the dogmatic globe is the one that's telling you that it's not rational to believe that level is horizontal. Depends on which side of the thing you are. Is it rational to believe that level's horizontal?
Is it rational to believe that all verticals are parallel?
Yeah. I bet if you went out there and asked 99% of the people, they'd say, yeah, of course not.
All verticals are parallel.
Yeah. Why do you think it's not rational to believe that all verticals are parallel?
But then how can they hold that thought in their minds with the thought that the parallel, they're looking at a model of the globe.
It's not my problem if you don't want to
I don't think that they do. They don't relate it to reality, do they?
Don't interrupt. Let me finish. They are looking at globe model.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no
Let me finish. They are looking at globe model.
You're just on your own. No reason, no logic, no answers to questions. You're just on your own.
They are looking at globe model.
That vertical lines in a vertical plane are perpendicular to a horizontal plane and thus parallel to each other.
Correct.